The name change is pending staff approval. Oh my god, it's Belle Delphine.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I'm Dago.
I want her to just like vagina my face, just like squat on my
All right,
above my face. And just,
all right. I'm live on the internet.
Wait, were you live at that point?
Yes, I told you. I did say I was live. I mean, I don't know if you care about that, but I was just letting you know.
I did not know I was live. Boy, I was about to get a lot weirder too. Good thing I didn't.
Yeah, let's not get weirder. I know where you tend to lead taxation. Damn, this kind of sucks. It doesn't let you change the name of the room.
Not unilaterally. You have to get mod approval. I get. What were people making slurs the name or something?
Probably. You know what? Probably somebody named it probably something stupid, and you know. But yo, I'm fully a so Ancap Doggo. I am fully a 100% NAP follower. Not a deontologist. And
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean that you follow the NEP but you're not a deontologist?
well, I mean,
He said he is a deontologist.
I am a deontologist.
All right, I don't know. Okay, I misheard you then. Jesus.
And I am a deontologist. The only thing the other day I was having an issue with was the deontology part of how we define the initiation of force versus initiation of conflicts. Once Trex gave me that argument, it kind of changed everything for me. So, because I was having trouble.
The initiation of conflict.
Yeah, because when you call it the initiation of force versus the initiation of conflict, the implications are different.
Yeah, that's why.
I still maintain that initiation of conflict will not be readily understood by most people. Most
No,
will
I
hear
do.
that
I do
and
agree with
think
you. I do agree with you. I don't disagree with you on that.
If I go up to somebody and I say, "Hey, fuck you, ginger, you fucking ginger piece of shit," like.
No, in my day-to-day use, I'm gonna say aggression. But when I was thinking about it before, I was being like autistic, I guess, with it. Well, you know how when you like look, so I tend to use ChatGPT a lot with my research, and I know you guys are probably gonna make fun of me for that, but I do a lot of research with ChatGPT. And if ChatGPT doesn't tell me that something is consistent, or when I don't feel it's consistent, then I don't agree with it, right? So when I would put in the initiation of force, it was telling me it was inconsistent. But when I changed it to conflicts, it told me I was consistent, and then it explained why I was consistent. And then I read through it, and then now I understand it. You know what I mean? Whereas before, I didn't fully understand it.
Honestly, I just hold on. When I'm talking about conflict, right? I honestly just stopped using the term initiation of conflict. I just instead of using the term conflict, I just use the term contradictory actions. So if they define aggression, I just say the initiation of contradictory actions.
Yeah.
So we don't get into like the semantic debate of what is a conflict. It's so easier.
Yeah, no,
but now,
that's not going to confuse.
Now it was more of a learning. It's not going to change how I argue day to day, right? But it's just more of a learning experience for me because I didn't have I think it's good to understand everything in autistic detail before you can learn it. Before you can go around and teach it yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't think going through that with ChatGPT is like a great idea because it's very inconsistent in how you apply things, especially when it comes to the NEP, right? Because it'll just say something is a violation of the NEP based on like preconceived like moderations. It's literally not allowed to say like certain things are not a violation of the NEP.
No, I get what you're saying. but most of the time, I would say like I would say it's been a pretty good learning tool for me lately.
Yeah, but I would, like when you go into like those
I just say
product shows.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It gets
KingSithis
very.
would you like many viewers?
There was another thing that
Let's
I was
make
looking
you
up today,
popular,
right?
Link.
Where I was watching a debate between Danny Duchamp and Liquid Zulu, because I guess he's a Chicago school guy, and I was trying to understand like what the issue was between Chicago school guys and Austrians mainly.
Okay.
And
You want me to explain it? Or did you
oh
get it?
no, yeah, I so basically the video and Danny, you could explain more after I tell you quickly what I looked up. So basically, like what I did is I looked up the minimum wage example, or not the minimum wage example, but the inflation example that he gave, where basically if people thought inflation would be better for them, then it would basically like I don't know, it was like some weird example, but basically the issue that he was doing was he was changing the context, but he wasn't changing the. Okay, so basically the main arguments is that like a lot of these guys, they try to the Chicago schools, they try to disprove praxeology by a basic, and they try to only use empirical studies. They have these like theses where they'd be like, oh, like minimum wages more often cause unemployment than not, but then they don't conclusively believe it until they see studies that prove it, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
And
that's a pretty. So the big difference is methodology.
yeah,
So Chicago
Yes,
school
that's the difference.
are essentially are still methodological Keynesians,
yeah,
right? Hayek
no,
had
no. Here's the difference. Keynesians simply make assertions not rooted in praxeology or in any kind of empiricism, such as econometrics. Chicago schoolboys, they do the they will make a hypothesis, but don't consider it necessarily true until they've seen empirical, like econometrics.
yeah.
Whereas Austrian praxeology.
But it seems that because we believe in praxeology, we just be like, well, we already know ahead of time the results before we even do the study, because we believe in praxeology. But it seems like they don't believe in praxeology, or they believe in it, but they don't accept it without evidence. Does that make sense? Like, or what you just said, taxation is what you just said, which is essentially like they have a thesis and then they test it out, and then whatever the tests show is what they believe, or hypothesis. Yeah.
Right. I just linked
Yeah.
a video the Master Debaters group chat.
But I think the Austrians are way better, because fundamentally, like, it just makes more sense to me. Like, I can't understand how people disagree with praxeology. Like, I don't understand what it doesn't make sense of, to like what they don't understand about it.
Men X.
They generally look when essentially every time I've heard anybody argue against praxeology, they have very quickly demonstrated they don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's
Or
kind of crazy,
they will
because Danny
impute things-
Duchamp. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but I was just gonna say, when I was listening to the debate between Zulu and Danny Duchamp, it seemed like he was just having. It wasn't that they really disagreed. It's just his understanding was completely warped. He didn't understand it.
Okay, the most common objection I have heard to praxeology as a concept is people will argue that, well, praxeology assumes, and Austrians assume that everybody is just perfectly rational.
Yeah, no, that's not it. But, okay.
I know.
But rational, but I guess that's their misunderstanding of how we use the word rational, because a lot of them assume that, like Donnie Duchamp, he was basically making the argument that, oh, because you can make an error in your transaction, you're not always rational. But then Zulu was basically like, well, actually, at the time and before, or before you make the decision to to make the trade, you have to at least think that you're going to be better off. If not, you wouldn't have made the trade. So you can't. Now, obviously, after the trade, you could have made a mistake, right? But at least before, or at least at the time that you made the trade, you had to have envisioned that you were better off making that trade than not. If not, you wouldn't have done it. And that is rational action from the Austrian sense. You know, the fact that we sort of thought it through. And he was basically arguing that, oh, no, we're not always rational because sometimes we err. But that's not the argument that Austrians were, like, really making. Yeah. Also, he was trying to make a consequentialist argument, which was essentially the argument that more often people make better decisions than other people, so therefore they should be left to do what they want. But that's, although it is true, that is true to a certain degree, that's not the Austrian way of looking at it. The Austrian way of looking at it is like, okay, so like, it isn't about what is the best way of doing things. I mean, it's about how you're doing it, and it's like sort of observing what you're doing and putting and explaining like what that is. So like, for instance, so I know I'm explaining it in a really bad way, but basically like all we're doing is with economics is explaining what is going on in that transaction between two people. It doesn't tell you what is the right way to do it, what is the wrong way to do it.
Exactly, it's a value-free science.
Yes, and that's what I'm trying to. That's what I was trying to say. I had kind of had a long day, so I'm probably not really good at explaining it, but you know what I mean. But I found that debate very, very interesting. So I basically went into ChatGPT and I looked up a bunch of things that actually pull up what I actually looked up. So now that I think about it, I have it on my phone.
So I actually just asked ChatGPT something myself.
Go ahead.
Because I knew that there have been times I've heard the Chicago school guy David Friedman say things that I clocked as praxeological, but I couldn't remember what they were. So I asked ChatGPT, what are some things David Friedman has said that, even if by accident, were actually praxeological statements by him? It pulled up, people respond to incentives, individuals act to achieve their objectives as they see them. Law is whatever people believe the law is because enforcement depends on what they do in response. If you want to understand behavior, assume people take the best route they can to find the best route they can find to get what they want. The legal system is a market. People buy protection, judges sell verdicts, and everyone acts according to incentives. Private property emerges because it reduces conflict, and reducing conflict is in everyone's interest. Who's that? Who just joined?
Somebody just joined. I don't know. Swift.
What's up, Swift? What do you know about Ancap stuff?
I have no idea what it is. I just saw a debate. I just came to watch it.
Oh, right on. Ancaps are anarcho-capitalists, and that's all of us here, perhaps except you. So anarcho meaning we want to not have government, and then capitalist meaning we want like free markets, private property rights, that kind of stuff.
I see.
Any questions?
Well, I guess how would you regulate that if there's no, like, if we're living in anarchy? Or perhaps I have a very rudimentary understanding of anarchy.
I think of anarchy as the absence of a state, so having no monopoly on force, meaning there's not one organization with overwhelming power over everybody else in society. And if you mean how would you regulate it, there's a few things you could be asking. Do you mean like how do you protect against violent aggression?
Well, I mean, that's one, but I guess within the capitalist system, like, antitrust laws or things like that, like how would you enforce them?
Well, you wouldn't. There would be no antitrust laws, but there also wouldn't be any monopolies. At least not beyond the scale of, say, a small town grocery store. And the reason for that is that monopolies at a large scale are invariably the creation of government. That is to say that the state, through a combination of regulatory capture and patent laws and corporate subsidies and so forth, creates a scenario where even in large markets, the top companies or the top handfuls of companies are able to dominate major market share within their given industries, a substantially unnatural degree. And if we examine across industries, we can find that the more government intervention you have in an industry, the more concentrated it is. And vice versa. The less government intervention you have and the larger the industry is, the more dispersed the market share tends to be. And in the case of a large-scale monopoly that we can construct, at least where it is a large market and a mature market, you can invariably find the hand of the state in keeping out competitors. I think the only kind of monopoly you will have in the absence of a state is, the small town grocery store, right? Market not being large enough to sustain multiple competitors. And just young market monopolies. I invent a teleportation machine, and for some time, I'm the only one selling them until eventually somebody else comes along and sells another one. But for some time period, I'm the only one.
I see. And then, I mean, I guess the immediately confronting question is, like, how do you enforce, like, how do you prevent crime and stuff?
Guns.
Well, yeah, guns, yes, but also just free markets and rights enforcement. So there's a historical answer to this, and then there's, I think, a slightly different modern answer. I think the modern answer looks like insurance companies. That is to say, you have an insurance company, one of thousands that you could have chosen from. That insurance company indemnifies you and your property, and also bundles in with that indemnification direct physical protection of you and your property. And at a low level, that might look like a dispatch you can call in the event of an emergency, and they will send, security officers or, firefighters or EMTs, whatever the nature of the emergency calls for. Then
follow-up I have on this is,
Oh, hey, Cobb.
I mean, I know this is obviously a problem even within, where there is a state, like where we have governments, but I would imagine there's going to be like levels to insurance, like the quality of the insurance. So I would imagine like the very wealthy are going to have very high levels of insurance and very high levels of protection. Which again, I mean, we already have this now, but at the very least, in principle, though, the law seeks to treat the rich, the poor, as equals under the eyes of the law. Even though, of course, the rich people, the wealthy, are going to have the best attorneys, etc. But at least in principle, the law's aim is to treat everyone as equals. In this instance, it seems that there's it kind of at least removed the in principle aim, and now we just have a situation where like certain people with certain resources are going to have better protection and as opposed to people
better
with
protection. So there's a difference between better protection and better standing before the law. I agree 100% that rich people will have better protection than poor people. That is to say, a billionaire may have, if he's very paranoid anyway, he may have a platoon of personal bodyguard soldiers around the clock. Whereas a poor schmo might have, a dispatch service they can call, roughly akin to 911. The difference, however, is in the legal structure. So the way the legal structure works in stateless societies, obviously you don't have a government with a monopoly judiciary apparatus. Instead, you have a free market in courts. The way it works is, say you commit some crime against me, you beat me up and you take my stuff and stick stuff up my butt, and I don't like that. So I go to my rights enforcement company and I say, hey, this guy Swift, he did some stuff I didn't like, plus he shoved stuff up my butt, and I'd like to sue him. Right, they pay out damages to me, and then they want to collect it from you, and they want to create a deterrent effect. Now, they can't just come take your shit unilaterally. Why? Because you have your own rights enforcement company that says, hey, people don't get to just come arbitrarily take our client's stuff. So my rights enforcement company, say ADT, and your rights enforcement company, say Ring or Progressive, the two of them have pre-agreed on amazing adjudication is their arbitrator of choosing, the court that they will bring their disputes before. right? So amazing adjudication holds a trial. Say you are found guilty. Now, if hypothetically I'm very rich and you're very poor, and let's say the evidence was totally insufficient, but you're convicted anyway, or vice versa, that looks very bad to the discriminatory market. That is to say, other individuals and firms will not want to patronize an arbitrator where every dispute is a bidding war, where it looks like this arbitrator is going to be susceptible to take bribes from the opposing party of my dispute. And they seem to disproportionately favor the wealthy. Firms who represent poorer clientele will never agree to that arbitrator, and you need mutual deference from both parties of the dispute for a particular arbitrator to be the one chosen. So I think the outcome of this is that even though there is not some official constitutional pretense of equality before the law in this sense, because there is no constitution, there's no official law of the land, in effect, you end up with an outcome that much more closely resembles equality before the law than what we have now, I think.
I see. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. That makes sense.
Guy's writing a whole book on it too.
Well, Jay, I just want to run something by. I think I have an issue with equality before the law, right? Because like equality before the law like implies that everyone is treated the same, right? But if I'm aggressed upon by, I don't know, a family member, right, and versus a stranger, right, I might want that to look very differently because you know I would love my family member where I wouldn't love a stranger. You know, so like, I don't really like it. So that implies a different
Oh, wait a
treatment.
minute. The victim having a degree of discretion in kind of what punishment they're pursuing and so on, that can be a universally applicable standard. And in
Yeah,
fact,
sure.
that seems like a quite marketable.
Yes, I agree, right? But that wouldn't imply equality before the law, would it?
Yes, it would, or at least it's compatible with it because that can be universal. That is to say, as a universal principle of law, the victim has discretion over how much punishment they're pursuing, which means they can't impose some infinite degree of punishment. It's not like if you shoplift from me, I can have you executed. But the victim can go for less than whatever is, a reasonable amount of punishment for what the crime is, irrespective of who the criminal is.
Sure, but that I don't think that repeats my point. That like
I don't
equality
that,
means
that
treated the
that
same, right?
I don't think equality before the law necessitates that the same crime gets the same punishment for everyone who does it.
Okay.
For
Define equality
example,
before the law.
equality before the law, I think, means that different individuals are not in different positions with respect to the law applying to them. And in the scenario that victims categorically have discretion in how much punishment they're pursuing, then every person would have it as a condition imposed on them, or you could say a condition applicable to them, that while there is a maximum, there is no minimum in how much punishment their victim can pursue.
I mean,
It's not like in this scenario there's like one class or one organization of people that gets, they only get half value as restitution for theft, whereas everybody else gets triple value as restitution for theft.
okay. Well, okay. Now I might not just like I don't disagree with like what you said, right? But so I just asked Google, right? And Google said equality before the law is the principle that everyone is treated the same by the legal system, regardless of factors like wealth, race, gender, or status. This,
Sure, I don't
again,
have
again, Yeah, again, how I put it, that would be because like a status of a family member, right, is different to the status. So I might be like, I might want to treat them differently, for example, right? So again,
But you can do that.
yeah, sure, I can do that, but that means
It's not.
that I'm
It's not that
treating differently, and
you
therefore
could have
not be
equally done
equal.
that. You could have equally done that in the case of a non-family member. For example, let's
Sure.
say that if a non-family member beats the shit out of you, you want the maximum force of the law. You want $100,000 in restitution, right? And whereas if a family member does so, you might feel more lenient about it, and you're only going to sue them for $5,000.
Yeah.
Now, you could have only sued the non-family member for $5,000. That was allowed, and the fact that they're a family member is not giving them a special status to anybody except you, the victim.
Yeah, exactly. And in a system of anarchy, everything would be like essentially be something like tort law, right? So
Yes, it's all civil.
Yeah, so it would like, it all just goes back to my discretion anyway, right? So again, it doesn't imply an equality here.
In this case, there is, I think, a maximum that is relatively universal. That is to say, for instance, I don't think any court is going to find that, irrespective of whether or not that it's your family member that beat you up, I don't think any court is going to find that the punishment for beating you up is they get their skin peeled while they're alive. They get burned and their skin peeled and their penis sliced up like a carrot and their eyes poked out with needles and their teeth ground down with a drill.
Maybe.
And their testicles crunched with a pair of pliers.
My goodness.
I mean, I wouldn't have an issue if child molesters being treated like that, but like,
okay. I think it's a lot more productive to enslave child molesters than to just torture them.
I mean, sure. It's again up to the victim's discretion or the victim's family's discretion.
I think that indentured servitude is actually a good thing, and I think it should be the default restitution for harms, both civil and criminal. And I think that the person who has been indentured should be able to repurchase his freedom by paying off the debt. So I think that should be the default position. I don't know what people think about that.
I actually agree with you up to the point that I don't think you need that for pettier crimes and torts. For example, if I come smash your TV was worth $500. I don't think it's necessary that I have to be, enslaved for it. I can simply have to pay you back, $1,000 or something, and that seems perfectly sufficient. But in the case of something more serious that I can't cover, that is to say, I don't know, I cut your arm off. Right, I stabbed someone, or I have stabbed a few people, but it was justified.
Unjustified.
I cut your... What?
I said I'm saying if you stab someone unjustified.
Sure, I stabbed someone unjustified. I don't have a penny to my name. In that case, I think indentured servitude is perfectly sensible.
Yeah, that's basically what I said. Now, you can think of it, so I said that it should be the default punishment, but of course the person who has been indentured can choose not to serve with labor. They can choose to just pay off their debts, right? So for the person who stole the $500 TV or whatever, they are indentured as far as the law is concerned, but if they pay off their debt, then they're no longer indentured, so they can just pay the $500. By default, the law should indenture. It should indenture. By default, people can choose what form of payment they wish to get.
Right, or there could be a negotiated settlement or something. My only objection then with indentured servitude, as you mean it, would be the term you're using for it. Because when I think indentured servitude, I don't think of punishment. I think of, a contract where, let's say, I sell myself into, 10 years of slavery to you, and then you give me $1 million now for me to be a slave for the next 10 years. I don't think these kinds of contracts are justly enforceable. That is to say, if 5 years in I decide I don't want to do this anymore, I owe you the money back, or at least I owe you half of it. But you can't like force me at gunpoint to keep working for you.
True. So I think you're basically correct there. What I would say is, so I mean, it's important to distinguish between slavery and indentureship, right? The distinction is that indentureship slavery has no set end point. Slavery is just, there's no debt or no sort of
Well,
no
one
accounting for
second.
when the bondage is over. Whereas
Now,
indentureship-
historically,
let me just finish
that's
it.
not completely correct.
Well, I just finished. An indentureship has sort of a well-defined, endpoint, so to speak. And that's sort of the main difference between them.
What about for murder?
Sorry.
What about for a murderer? That is to say, I think if I murder somebody, then it can be justified that you would say indentured for the rest of my life. In which case there is no endpoint.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion. I mean, sure, I don't have an opinion on the length of the indentureship for something like murder. If it's until the end of life or something, I guess I don't have something against that either. I don't have an argument against it, other than perhaps you could say you should be indentured for as long as, let's say, the estimated productive value that the victim was going to potentially output as estimated by a realtor or like something like that. And maybe that's the way we limit
Wait a
it.
minute. I see an obvious problem with that. What if I see I'm on the sidewalk and I notice there's a nursing home over there, and it's full of feeble people that in their 90s that have no productive time left in their life. I can just go in with a rifle and just shoot them all, and I've committed no crime essentially, because they didn't have productive time left in their life, or so my sentence is I get 5 minutes for that.
At least now you can harvest their organs.
Woo. By the way, I also support organ markets. I think that'll make the world a lot more efficient.
Me too.
I do too,
but unforced, not forced.
Of course.
Yeah.
Iran has like an organ market, right? Iran has an organ market.
Are you an Ancap?
I think you can.
Do you know anything about Ancap?
Yeah. I used to be an Ancap, but now I'm an objectivist. So.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm.
They're not inherently incompatible. Some there are anarcho objective, like there are some Ancaps that are objectivists in their thinking and their methodology.
Do you know Zulu?
Yeah,
Liquid Zulu?
Yeah, I know about Liquid Zulu. I actually debated him and stuff.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh no way.
Yeah.
We've met him.
What did you debate?
We debated intellectual property.
Oh no, you support intellectual property?
Yes, I do.
Oh no.
Boy.
Yeah.
What is property?
King, were you on the Sneeko server, bro?
Yes.
Me?
No, I remember you, bro.
I don't remember you.
Prime.
You're on Sneeko servers? What?
I used to hang out in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Before I was an
Former
Ancap.
drama YouTuber. Yeah, former drama YouTuber. Get that inside scoop.
Yeah. I want to forget about that.
This is my debate with Zulu a few years ago.
Did you lose?
No, I won, bro. Oh,
I remember this one. Yeah, you had.
I was going to ask.
You had the big document thing.
Yeah.
I started asking, what is Futanari? What is property?
So my current theory of property, I have a different theory now. So it's something along the lines of property is an affordance that you integrate into your process. So I define persons as processes. Property begins in the mind, in the sense that you reshape reality in your mind first, and the idea is the beginning of value, and then property is you then rearrange reality into the image of the value that's in your mind, and so the material form is the reflection of the value that's in your mind. So property is, you can think of it as a superimposed reflection of an idea in the mind, and it's a value then that's been transposed into the world, and it's also the value in the mind, form in the mind that you constructed.
That seems a very specialty niched definition, but why is property necessary? Why do we need property rights?
To enact your summum bonum, to enact the summum bonum of your process.
To enact my super boner.
Yes, your super bonum. I'll type it in chat. Summum bonum, the purpose of your life, a teleonomical purpose. So let's put that in chat.
Right, but
Just
can't I do that without any legal protection of it?
not in a social context if there are people who wish to conflict with you. But I mean, if you were on a deserted island, yeah, you could theoretically, because there's no one to conflict with you.
Okay, so property is then property rights are, is that a fucking word? Pre-dependent? My brain just invented a word against my will. Is property presupposing the potential for conflict?
Yes. More specifically, it requires a social context.
Right, it requires a social context. Yeah, it would be meaningless to, if you're on an island by yourself, to scream, "This is mine." That doesn't matter. Okay. So, if property presupposes a necessity of conflict, or at least the potential for conflict, does that imply that a given resource to be property must be the potential subject of conflict, where two people may have conflicting ends for its use?
Absolutely.
Okay, I agree so far.
Mm-hmm.
I would think then, based on that property is inherently scarce. That is, that there is it's finite. To say that something is owned by you necessitates that for instance, a car that you want to drive to the movie theater, but I want to drive to the festival at the same time. We can't both get our way, right? There's a potential for conflict with something like a car because of its scarcity. There's only one of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. However, the word car, me saying the word car, and you saying the word car are not incompatible with each other.
Let's pause for a moment. Maybe we want to introduce a term here, rivalrous, as opposed to scarce, because scarce is not quite the correct term here. The word is rivalrous. It refers to the inability for two entities or two processes to use the same affordance at the same time. And you're talking about scarcity, which is something along the lines of the lack of availability at points of demand for some particular thing. Which, so for example,
when I said scarce, I mean by scarce I meant finite. Just not infinite is all I meant. I didn't mean there's not very much of it. I just meant there's not infinite.
But I think you're trying to discuss rivalrousness, though.
Sure, we could call it rivalrous. We would say that a car is rivalrous, but the word car is not rivalrous. Because if for me to say the word car does not necessitate that you're not saying the word car, you can also say the word car while I say the word car.
Sure.
Therefore, the word car cannot be property.
Let me see. I don't have opinions on whether or not words can be privatized or words can be made into intellectual property.
Well, it's a creation of the mind. Would you not agree?
The linguistic symbol, yeah.
Well, then it would be the property owner from an intellectual property standard of the person who created it.
I don't have an opinion because I've never thought about whether linguistic tokens have that, have the set of properties that I would
that's
say
fine.
have value.
Can I ask another question? So let's say what do you think we should be allowed to
happened to
patent?
My methods.
Would art be included in that or no?
I think art is a produced body. So it's a composition. So you would say that's a copyright issue rather than a patent issue.
Well, okay. I guess to be clear, an intellectual property issue.
Yes. Arrangements, composition, such things. Yes.
Do you believe in inheritance?
Yes.
Do you believe that you could pass your intellectual property down to another person?
Yes.
So do you think like if I have an intellectual property, it's something I could just pass it down onto my family member, and nobody else would ever be allowed to copy it without violating that person's rights for up
Yes.
to eternity?
Yes. No.
So if I like invent the wheel, I invent the wheel.
I'll go back to WoW in a little bit, but
I have a more complete framework for limiting.
I'm trying out Grand Theft Auto for a bit, if that's all right with you guys.
I'm happy to divulge it, but I'm also happy to follow your chain of reasoning, as you construct it.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm trying to remember this because this is a bit on the spot. I had a whole framework, so I'm trying to remember how we limit claims. Like it was something along the lines of intellectual property claims. Yes, so intellectual property is it's a commercial right specifically. It protects the ability to benefit from trade with other people who do not know how to enact the method. So what you're trying to do when you say you make an intellectual property right in the form of, say, a patent, is just saying, I have special knowledge of how to enact a particular method of combining some materials into a new form of some kind. And there are other people in this world who do not have the knowledge of how to enact that method. And more importantly also, even if they read what I typed, let's say they read the patent, it wouldn't matter because they would not be able to effectuate it, to put it practically into practice. So I can read as many patents on advanced chemistry as I want. I can't put them into practice. Now, that group of people who will not be able to enact the method even if they read it, that group of people is the actual group of people whom you intend to trade with. You intend to produce the thing and then trade with those people because there is no reasonable expectation that they could produce it themselves. That is your target quote-unquote market. And so patents actually protect your ability to sell to those people, to sell your idea, your produced value, the idea that you produced in your mind, to those specific people. And so let's say people ask questions like, okay, do patents apply to the method of cutting down a tree? Me, I have an axe in my backyard and I want to cut down my tree, and somebody comes and says, well, that's my method. You can't cut down that tree using an axe because that's my method. I invented that. So that's sufficiently common practical knowledge that you can't actually patent it because most people can actually apply the method, right? But let's say we're talking about making an mRNA vaccine. Most people can't actually put that together even if they had the recipe, even if they knew the method. And so patents are protecting your ability to sell to the target demographic that would actually benefit from being sold the item as opposed to building it themselves. And also importantly, patents do not protect, or rather they cannot be enforced against an individual who is applying the method himself for his own benefit. You can take something that is patented and produce it for yourself and for your own use. You are simply not allowed to trade it out of your possession because then you would be infringing upon that market that the original idea producer intends to exploit by trading it with that target market. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Can I ask a question real quick, if you guys don't mind? Don't you think that your idea of intellectual property is sort of conflicting with the idea of physical property? Because, if I use my property to copy another person's idea, I mean, I haven't stolen anything from them. I haven't, harmed them in any way. So for you to stop me, that would sort of be conflicting with my property right within that thing, wouldn't it?
Mhm. Well, remember that conflict. We have to define what conflict is. Conflict is nothing other than contradictory proposals or contradictory attempts to use a value attempts to use a value in a way that contradicts the intentions of the value producer, so to speak, right? But
Well, the
you need to
owner,
remember
right?
that.
Well,
You
if
can
you're the
say that, sure.
owner, like for instance, if you're the owner of a some like the materials that you need to make sunglasses, right? And then I see some patented Ray-Ban sunglasses, and I decide to use my property to make those sunglasses, and then my neighbor next door asks me to buy it, and I sell it to him. For you to stop me, that would be conflicting with my property right. Like that would be initiating force against me and my property right.
Well, it wouldn't be initiating force; it would be retaliating against you, right? So, let's get back to the definition.
For what crime? Initially, what thing did I do to you that warrants this retaliation?
You initiated conflict with me over my property, over my value. So, let's define what conflict is, right? Conflict is nothing other than contradictory proposals or contradictory attempts to use some value.
Well, what about No, I thought it was contradictory actions.
Sure, go ahead and you can. That's a fine definition as well.
But that's not. But that doesn't apply to ideas. Respectfully, that doesn't apply to ideas because you could two people could use the same idea at the same time, right?
So the important thing is contradictory actions with respect to a value.
No. Well, how I define conflict would be contradictory actions.
With respect to what?
Scarce resources. Or rivalrous goods in another term, a way of saying it.
I don't define property that way. I define property as nothing other than values considered in a social context or from a social lens.
Okay, so but you will admit that I'm not initiating force against you when I use your property, and I'm not initiating a conflict against any of your rivalrous goods.
Both of those statements are true, but you are initiating a conflict against the intended use of my values, so to speak.
Can you have a property right and a value?
That's what property is. Property is nothing other than values viewed from a social lens.
Yeah, but property is not based on value. Or values. It's based on rivalrous goods. Because in order for me to claim to own something or the exclusive right to something, that thing would have to be able to be excluded from other people. So if I have an idea and you use the same idea, for me to claim to a right to that idea means nothing because you could use that idea without taking anything away from me. If I make a claim on anything or I try to stop you from using that idea, I'm not really stopping you from using that idea. I'm stopping you from either practicing it with I'm stopping you from practicing that idea on your property, which would be conflicting with the property rights of the scarce resource which you own.
Yeah. So you're sort of narrowly defining conflicts as only applying to material rivalrous goods.
Yeah, that's when they only apply.
I real quick, I want to give one version of something that I think is intangible and is property. Sure. And that would, the example is Bitcoin. You cannot hold a Bitcoin. They're not physical. They're intangible.
You don't own your Bitcoin.
But I think that
You don't own
I
your
think
Bitcoin,
they are.
sir.
The reason I think they are property is because for the same reason a dolphin is property. Well, that was a weird example. For the same reason a blanket is property is because they are scarce, or excuse me, they are rivalrous. If I have a Bitcoin, you cannot have that same Bitcoin. Right? If you take a Bitcoin away from me, now I don't have it. Whereas if you take an idea, if you copy my idea, I still have the idea. You have not taken anything from me. But in the case of a Bitcoin, just like a dolphin, you've taken it away, and now I don't have it.
But no, I got a question for you. Do you know what a Bitcoin is, Jay?
Yeah.
We're moving away from the topic of discussion, respectfully.
Yeah. But like, I don't think you can own Bitcoin.
But
even the guy who wrote the Bitcoin standard, I don't think he would say that.
you don't actually own. You don't own actual Bitcoin. It just acts like a scarce good. It's like World of Warcraft gold. You don't own World of Warcraft gold. It just acts scarce because we programmed it to act scarce, but you don't own it.
Yeah.
Why does it? Well, wait a minute. If you programmed it to act scarce, how is it not scarce?
Because it's not a physical object.
Yeah, because if you were to tell someone the particular code to that Bitcoin, right? It I guess it no longer becomes yours because you've allowed it into the ether. I guess it's a way to put it, right? If you tell someone you don't own your password, for example, right? You don't own that. Like, right.
No, I'll admit that Bitcoins act like a scarce resource, but it's not actually a scarce resource because it's not a physical object.
Okay, for example, if I point a gun at you and say, "Send me all your Bitcoin," have I not stolen from you? Or are we saying that I don't have to? I don't owe you restitution, at least in the amount of the Bitcoin I took from you.
Technically, if
I would, you would be like the issue there would be the coercive act itself, not the
yeah.
And then
Okay, we'll do it differently then. If I tell you that if you send me a Bitcoin, I will come do your plumbing. Wow, that's some expensive plumbing right there.
Wait, that's like saying
if you send me a Bitcoin.
Fuck. If you go into a bank account and damn, these are tough questions. I don't even really know how I could get into how we got into this, but whatever.
I think dollars count as money too, whether it's a physical dollar bill or money, digital representations of dollars in a bank account. The scarcity would still apply, albeit less so in the case of dollars.
Well, I think it's a little bit different with dollars because it's actually tied to a physical resource, whereas like a Bitcoin is not.
No, it's not always. No. If you're looking at your bank account, you're not actually dealing with real dollars because of fractional reserve banking, right? So you don't know actually how many dollars there are.
True. Whatever. Yeah, but you get what I was trying to say.
Sure.
If I swindle you out of a Bitcoin, if I tell you that if you send me a Bitcoin, I'm going to come build you a house, and then you send me the Bitcoin, and you're like, okay, when are you coming to build the house? And I'm like, what are you talking about? That would be right, but if Bitcoin isn't property, then there's no damages. If Bitcoin is not property, then. And if Bitcoin isn't property, then this equation would be the exact same as if you say that, or me saying, that if you want me to come build you a house, I'll come build you a house. And then the next day you hit me up and say, I want you to build me a house. And then I say, what?
Can I ask ChatGPT real quick?
Sure.
Well, I would think that
the laws.
Because ChatGPT is not a scarce resource.
Bitcoin in a Bitcoin wallet.
Wait. Bitcoin is not a scarce resource. Does that mean it's not property?
let me see.
It feels weird and awkward to assign property rights to something intangible, but Bitcoin may be unique in that sense, not unique, obviously there's a million cryptos now, but kind of novel in that sense.
Okay.
Up until 2009,
I got an
explanation.
All right. Okay. So here's what ChatGPT said. What makes something property is not physical scarcity, but the excludability and the ability to control, transfer, or prevent others from using it. And Bitcoin is perfectly excludable, rivalrous, in use, enforceable through cryptographic ownership. So technically, yes, it is.
Well, that's pretty much exactly what I was saying. But, well, if ChatGPT says so, that makes it right. Thank you.
Yes.
Let me-
Anyways, so I guess you were right on that one. But hey, at least I admit that you're right when I am wrong.
I'm not completely convinced yet, Jake. I need to do more research.
Maybe I'll have to do more research on it, but I don't know. Maybe I'll have to ask Stefan Catella or Zulu people in the Zulu server. But to go
Okay,
back to the IP, let's go back to the IP stuff though.
You could say you don't own your password. Fine. Just like I might not own if I have a front door to my house with it where it's a code that you have to enter to get it to unlock the door. I don't own the code, right? But you do create a Bitcoin wallet. And if I control that wallet, that means you don't control that wallet.
Wait,
The
you
wallet
can't. Okay,
itself
I got a question. Because I don't really know. Could the creator of Bitcoin make more Bitcoins?
No.
Well, unless if like the majority of Bitcoin owners like vote for the changing of the code.
Huh?
Right, but the Bitcoin owners want their Bitcoin to be worth something, therefore are not going to change the code. In order to get any change to the code of Bitcoin, you have to have a majority of stakeholders, or at least a majority of stake, in support of making that change. And that's not going to, you're not going to get that majority agreement, not conceivably, in the case of taking something that is highly valuable.
If you could theoretically, if you're a Bitcoin maker, like print more Bitcoin.
Wait,
No.
No. Bitcoin.
With
Bitcoin. Okay. So Bitcoin.
I don't really know. I'm just wondering.
I'm just thinking, right? Because like, it is essentially like scarce and physical, right? Because like, if you have like your encrypted key or whatever, and that could be on your USB stick, thumb drive thing or whatever, right?
That can be all necessarily like owned, right? So if someone's, I don't know, stole your thumb drive with your Bitcoin on it, it's I don't know where I'm going with this, but it's but no, this is a difficult question.
I think, you know what? I think the explanation ChatGPT gave and you know, now that I think about it, now that taxation gave the argument for like whether or not it could be stolen or not, that makes it hard, because technically if Bitcoin wasn't a scarce resource and not property, then someone could just theoretically like take your shit.
I mean,
and it wouldn't be necessarily an aggression.
I realize we're talking about deontology here and not, pragmatics, but it is problematic consequentially for an ANCAP to promote the idea of crypto as not property, because ANCAPs usually agree that crypto is likely to be much more significant in a modern ANCAP society, in the absence of fiat currency and stuff.
Another, just to add, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but just like to add on to what you just said, imagine if we as a country switched to to Bitcoin, and then what do you do?
ChatGPT.
Sorry, I said ChatGPT. I meant to say Bitcoin. Switch to Bitcoin. Like, then do we just not enforce theft anymore because it's a Bitcoin?
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, like in Ancapistan, there's probably going to be way more use of crypto.
Yeah.
It'll be way more important than it is now.
Wait, okay. I suspect that you're right from a deontological view, but I need to think about it more.
Yeah, it's kind of hard because,
Well, wait a minute. The ontological one, that should be the more contentious one. I'm not saying it should be contentious, but between the two.
But here is the problem, right? I think this is what this all hinges on. And let me know if I'm right, Trax. What this really hinges on is whether or not a non-scarce resource can be, or a non-physical resource can be scarce. because
Which it is.
Well, yes, ideas are scarce.
no, ideas are not scarce.
Ideas are not scarce.
Ideas
If
are
you
not
come up
scarce.
with a pancake, if you come
Thanks.
up with a pancake recipe and I decide to use my property, i.e., my flour or batter or whatever, and I replicate the same pancakes that your recipe created, then it's not scarce. I can infinitely do that, and me making your pancake recipe does not at all detract from your ability to make your pancake recipe.
Here's the thing. Here's the difference between like an idea, basically what he said, and versus like a Bitcoin is I can use your idea without taking anything away from you in terms of rivalrous goods. I could use your idea without taking any of your physical objects around you that you are in possession of, right? Whereas with a Bitcoin, if I take your Bitcoin, you no longer have that Bitcoin. It's no longer in your possession anymore, like at all. So it's kind of different with
The only
like if I use your idea, it's still in your possession. It's still, I mean, you could still use it.
I'm fully aware of all of that.
The only
The
only thing that you could allege to be getting taken away from somebody when their idea is copied is market share, basically. Market share in an industry that idea is requisite to. Such as, for instance, you invent a drug and replicate that drug, and now instead of everyone buying it from you, some of them are buying it from me. What you could say I have taken is market share. But to treat market share as property necessitates that you're treating the potential future spending of potential customers, or excuse me, the money of potential future customers as your property. But as that money is in fact not your property, it is their property. They don't owe you patronage. It can't be your property.
Do you guys want to hear my arguments, or do you just want to keep interrupting me?
Sorry, go ahead.
So I deny that rivalrousness is a condition of either conflict or of property rights, but more importantly, I said that ideas are scarce, and I'm fully aware that ideas are not rivalrous, and yet I said they're scarce, and it's important to distinguish between scarcity and rivalrousness. So scarcity refers to the lack of availability at point of demand. Rivalrousness refers to the inability for two processes to use the particular affordance at the same time. We can look at it this way. Something is scarce if I'm standing in a particular village and they don't have any chicken in that village and I want chicken, and the closest farm with chicken is like 5 miles away and there's no connecting road or anything, right? And there's a jungle or something between. Chicken is scarce in that village. However, let's say somebody invents a road with a high-speed rail, and then chicken can come within 5 minutes. Chicken is no longer scarce in that village. Scarcity refers to the lack of availability at point of demand, right? That's not the same thing as rivalrousness. Now, ideas are not scarce. So ideas are scarce. If I just challenge you right now, give me an idea that will cure cancer. You can't just spin it up from nowhere. It's not available at point of demand. Ideas are indeed scarce. In fact, for example, Roman concrete. We spent many decades trying to understand how Romans constructed their concrete because that's special properties. It's only, I think, last year that we finally figured out how Roman concrete was constructed, why it has its properties and so on. Now, that idea of Roman concrete, we had concrete samples and we knew the composition of materials and everything. We still couldn't figure out how to put it together. It's a scarce idea. We couldn't get the idea, the method for putting it together on demand as we pleased. Ideas are indeed scarce. They're not available at point of demand. Tell me right now how to, give me a method just on demand, cure cancer. Give me an idea that will cure cancer.
A bullet.
Would you say that sexual attraction is property?
I've never thought about this question. Off the top of my head either, I would say no.
Well, sexual attraction, that is, to have somebody sexually attracted to you, is not necessarily available at the point of demand. You might want me to desire to fuck you, but that doesn't make me desire to fuck you.
I can see where this is going. I'm going to leave before it gets into the pedophile discussion.
Rick James, bitch.
Nobody was talking about that. All right. Now, I did not raise the correct definition of scarcity in order to argue that scarcity is a necessary property for property. I only raised it to make sure that you all got the distinction and also to deny that it was relevant. I don't think that scarcity is relevant for determining whether or not something can or should be property. So, property is
Okay,
nothing other than
fair enough.
value. Property is nothing other than values considered from a social lens. What I mean by that is, you have a summum bonum for your life. There is some top level purpose for your life which you must achieve. You are innately driven by your biological machinery. You are intrinsically driven to pursue this particular top level value. Let's call it pleasure or something like that, right? Pleasure and the avoidance of pain. And so you have a mind, and your mind allows you to look at reality around you, to look at objects, to analyze their properties, and then to construct new forms for those objects first in your mind. And so as you construct these imaginary new forms, these new forms serve purposes. More specifically, you construct these forms, these mental forms, imaginary forms, to fulfill the purpose of your life, your pursuit of purpose or values. Well, I haven't got to values yet. So these newly constructed mental forms are valuable to you because they are like tools that allow you to more aptly and more efficiently achieve your purpose. And so you value them because they help you to achieve your purpose. They are values to you. You construct values in your mind using your imagination. You rearrange reality in your mind, and those ideas are values. Then you take those rearranged new forms or those values and you superimpose them on reality by reshaping the matter in reality in the image of the form that you constructed in your mind, in the image of your values. So property is nothing other than values. You create the property in your mind. It begins first as a value in your mind, and then you may or may not transpose that value on the material world. Now, why do you create property? Or more specifically, why do you create values to begin with? To achieve your purpose. You cannot divorce value from its purpose, from its raison d'etre, from its reason for being. It is to serve your purpose for living, your enjoyment. So, since the purpose of values is to achieve your enjoyment, then conflict, if you are going to define it, must also be defined relative to your purpose, because you define values relative to your purpose, and values exist for your purpose. Hence, the only way to define conflict would be contradiction against your purpose. And so, we now define what a conflict is. A conflict is a contradictory proposition for the use of a value. That includes the mental image as well. It's very simple. And none of that has anything to do with rivalrousness or scarcity or whatever. None of that. Property has nothing to do with those. None of those are conditions for property. Rivalrousness, scarcity, none of that.
Yeah, I don't
Now,
see. Go ahead.
If I invent a cure for cancer, I did that with a purpose in mind. I did that to target a particular market of people so I can make money off of them. That is the purpose of the value that I constructed in my mind. That was the purpose for which it was brought into being. If someone else begins to produce my cancer cure, that person is undermining my value. They're conflicting with the value
Good.
that I created or the purpose I created it for.
Yeah, I don't see that as a rights violation. They're not doing anything to you.
They are conflicting with me over values. That is by definition a conflict. And conflict is the reason why the concept of right exists.
Yeah, I don't agree with your definition of conflict because I haven't done anything to you. I can't see me copying your work as being unethical in any way because I haven't done anything to you. I haven't stolen anything from you. I haven't harmed you. I haven't taken any of your money. I haven't punched you. I haven't done anything to you. So I can't see that as being unethical.
You are arbitrarily limiting the definition of conflict only to material force on body, two-body interactions of force. I'm pointing out to you that
Because I don't think you can have a right to an idea. Two people could use the same idea at the same time without initiating force against each other.
Initiating force is not the only condition for conflict. Conflict is
Yeah,
defined
I just disagree.
relative to
I'm not sure I agree with you because the conflict, I'm not in a conflict. If copying another person's idea, I'm not conflicting with them. I'm not doing anything to them. Let's say I'm 200 miles away from you and I copy your idea. I haven't done anything to you. I don't think I've conflicted with you in any way.
Again, you keep arbitrarily introducing physical two-body interactions as the condition.
Not arbitrary.
I don't think it's arbitrary because it's what have I done to you?
Difficult for me. I don't like being interrupted. Kind of just like I get 2 words out and you interrupt me. I apologize. Please continue.
No, so that's it. I haven't done anything to you, so I can't see how I conflicted with you.
Quite literally, I have a reason for living. My raison d'être. My purpose for living is to enjoy my life. That's the purpose of my life.
Mm-hmm.
I formulated this idea in my mind and I registered it. I declared to the world, this is my intention with this idea. I intend to trade it out of my possession. I intend to produce lots of it, then trade it with other people. This is my intention. This is the way that this value was constructed to be used. Its purpose in the world is to serve the purpose of allowing me to trade at a profit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Wait. I'm not. Well, I'm not sure. I agree that an idea has it. An idea's purpose is to give the person who made it revenue.
Is this libertarian infighting right now? You guys are talking about IP? Is that what's going on?
He's not an Ancap. I'm the Ancap.
I know, but it's libertarian infighting all the same. Ayn Rand, objectivist. Rothbardian and Ancaps, all the same.
And we're not interested in what you have to say. We're talking about something.
Yeah, please don't interrupt him, please.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, so what was I saying?
You're talking about intellectual property.
I'm aware that I'm talking about intellectual property.
KingSithis had just said that.
The purpose of the idea. You said that you don't agree that the purpose of an idea is to serve the to produce profits or something for the creator. The purpose of that idea that I created, as I created it, and the purpose I assigned to it was to yield profits for me in some way or other, or more specifically for me to trade it at a profit. And so
I don't think that matters.
You're free to say that. But then you've also, in saying that, you've denied the summum bonum of ethics itself, and so you've invalidated ethics altogether.
Not necessarily, because I haven't done anything to you.
You keep saying this, and I keep trying to explain to you.
What have I done to you? I mean, I want to know what I've done to you. Like, I haven't done anything to you.
You have engaged in conflict over a value whose existence is contingent on me, which I created.
You may have, you created it, but I don't think that matters. Just because I copied something that you've created in your mind doesn't mean me using it somehow violates your rights or takes anything away from you. You still have the ability to use the idea, and you still also have the ability to profit from it.
It's really difficult for me to deal with these interruptions. I'm going to go on 3 strikes. If you interrupt me 3 more times, I may have to just stop talking.
All right.
All right. So yeah. All right. So you said that sorry, could you repeat yourself?
I said, well, me using or copying your idea doesn't inhibit you from using that idea, nor does it inhibit you from profiting off of that idea.
Do you remember that we went through the fact that you have some summum bonum, some top level purpose for which you live, and some top level purpose for which you produce the idea to begin with, right? You look at the world around you, you reshape different things in your mind, and you come up with this idea. And the purpose of the idea is intrinsically linked to the goals that you have. You created the idea for the purpose of achieving that goal. The idea's existence is tied to the goal that you created it for. And so I create this idea, and then I declare that its purpose is to serve my enjoyment. And I declare this to you quite clearly. I say the purpose of this idea is to serve my enjoyment. And then you tell me, I say, I intend to trade this out of my possession with other people to acquire resources. I intend to trade it. I produce it and trade it with people who are unable to produce it themselves. And then you come and you start producing the same idea, which I have clearly designated as being, whose purpose I've clearly designated as being for the purpose of allowing me to achieve some particular goal. And you start conflicting with that particular goal by taking up my market share. This is a clear conflict, right? Now, you can keep trying to narrowly define conflict as being physical, but I keep pointing out to you that irrespective of whether or not you would prefer to disbar conflicts over values in the broad sense, it is still a fact that we are in conflict over this contradictory use of this idea that I proposed, and you need to contend with that.
Yeah, I don't see how, if, let's say I'm 200 miles away from you, and I use your idea, copy it with my own property, and then sell it to my friend, and you don't even know about it. I'm not sure how I'm conflicting with you. I'm not near you. You don't know about it. I'm not inhibiting you from using your idea. You're still able to use your idea. And not only that, but you're still able to profit off of your idea by creating the good yourself and selling it. So this whole idea that I've initiated some sort of conflict against you does not make any sense to me. And also this whole idea that, like, oh, I created an idea, therefore its purpose is to suit me. Well, you earlier then said you had the right to pass it down to another person. Now you're passing down an idea to another person whose idea was meant to suit the person who was made before you. So that doesn't make much sense neither. So yeah, it doesn't make sense to say that an idea is property because my use doesn't take away from your use.
I guess at this point we'll just be kind of going in circles if I tell you again that it's clear that we are in conflict. If I declare that I intend to use something in a particular way, a particular idea, I intend to use this idea in this particular way to capture this particular market, and then I tell you that, if you try to capture the same market with that same idea, this is a clear conflict. And then your answer to me is just to say, well, no, it's not actually a conflict. And I keep trying to tell you.
Well, I said, I said more than nuh-uh. I didn't just say nuh-uh. I gave a reason for it.
Can I chime in for a little? I just want
to. Sure. Go ahead.
What's the reason?
Well, King, I don't know if you understand KingSithis' position, right? And as a person who believes Ancaps are some of the stupidest people in the world, I can verify that he definitely, whatever. I was gonna back you up after calling Ancaps stupid. I had a thing where I was gonna back you up in this.
Just say what you need to say. It's fine.
Oh, I know he's deafened. He can't hear me. But it's
I still
all good.
Hear you. I still hear you.
Yeah, I was just saying, obviously, your perspective of property is that if you're not taking away from someone, right, it's not some exclusive ownership, and therefore it's not some legitimate right of property. Is this basically your understanding?
Because and he's saying that you're conflicting with another person by using an idea that they meant to use to profit them. But I'm saying I'm not sure how you can have a right to an idea simply because you made it. I mean, to have a right to something would mean that you would have the right to exclude other people from using that thing. But as far as I could tell, you can't exclude me from using an idea. If you show me an idea, then I could just use it. And, the only thing that you could do is you could inhibit me from using my property, right? Which would be you can't, for in the sunglasses example I gave earlier, you could stop me from making the sunglasses, right? But you're not stopping me from using the idea. You're stopping me from using my property.
Yeah, exactly. If there's a particular process of developing insulin or something, okay. Futanari just keeps deafening. He's such a pussy, dude.
Well, don't worry about him. Just continue. I'm listening to you.
This guy is the biggest pussy. Every time I speak, he's gonna deafen.
Just say what you need to say. I'm listening to you. Don't worry. And the stream is listening to you too.
All right, Futanari, if I say something, are you gonna deafen again?
Yes.
Yes. Such a fucking pussy. Okay, cool.
Just say what you need to say. Don't worry about him.
Anyways, I agree with this general sentiment. I would actually just take this even further and regard ownership to be defined completely under the guidance of occupancy and use norms, right? So if we're looking at some exclusive right to ownership, we would obviously agree in the realm of intellectual property. But then if we look at the a realm of exclusivity without the intent to occupy and or use, a particular piece of property, I don't think that's a legitimate form of ownership, right? So I would include things like
How do you determine
landlordism,
whether or not
absentee
somebody
ownership.
is given up their right to, or no longer has sees use to some sort of good or service?
Oh no, I'm saying things that are owned without the purpose of occupancy and use.
What do
See
you
what
mean
I'm
by
saying?
that?
So, like for example, landlordism. If you own 100 apartment buildings, it's not because you have the intent to occupy and or use any piece of these apartment buildings. It's for the purpose of
Well, you
deriving
do.
profit.
You are intending on using it. You're intending on renting it. That is a use.
Okay, so I wouldn't. When I'm talking about use, I'm talking about some actual use value, right? Some utility that this commodity would have.
Well, the
relative
utility
to
is
another
the fact
person.
that you're renting it.
No. So that's a different social relation. This is what we would understand as exchange value, what a commodity sells for in exchange for itself, right? Which is going to be distinct from the utility that something has. Once you have monetary compensation under the guise of what we're referring to, that's no longer use value, that's exchange value. So we would make a distinction here. In the same way we would say like, oh, I'm not using this piece of gold, I only have it as a storing of value, right? That's a completely different social relation than this piece of gold is being used in a circuit board. You understand what I'm saying?
I guess you could say that different properties have different uses, but I don't think that just because a property has a certain type of use, that then makes it okay for people to then take that thing from them, especially if that person got it through just means. So for instance, if I labored, and then I exchange my money for a car, and then I have a second car in which I exchange labor for, and then my friend comes up to me and he says, "Hey, can I borrow your car for DoorDash to do DoorDash?" And then I say yes, but you got to give me 50%. Would you say I'm exploiting that guy?
Well, we could talk about the aspect of exploitation right here, right? Because
wait, just for that hypothetical, do you mind just answering for that hypothetical real quick?
It only makes sense if we define exploitation.
Well, how do you define exploitation?
Yeah. So, like, obviously, there's like a Marxist definition of exploitation that's very specific to extraction of surplus value, and so by that understanding, this would be an extraction of surplus value. Right?
So that it's exploitation.
Is how you derive profit. Right. Just tautologically.
Okay.
And that's
so
that's under the lexical
let's say you work for a
definition
business, and that business is losing money. And you're working for that business.
We're kind of getting off track, though.
No, I just want a quick question.
Okay.
So let's say you're working for a business and that business is losing money, but they're still paying you. You're extracting a surplus value from that business. Are you?
No, you're not.
Yes, you are.
No, you're not.
You're getting paid more than the value of your labor.
No.
Yes, it is.
You cannot. No.
Yes, it is.
No.
Then how can a company make a loss if they aren't paying you more than the value of their income?
Okay, the only way that you could be paid more than the value of your labor is quite literally if you were producing commodities that were worth less than what you're being paid.
Exactly. So if the value of your productivity is less than the company is making, and they're making a loss.
No, that's not the same thing. You can have capital costs in other areas of production. I'm talking about the particular relation with an owner and a worker, the thing that the worker produces, and then how it's sold on a market.
I just want a quick yes or no to these. I'm just going to ask you quick questions, all right? And I want you to quick yes or no's to these. So when you work for a business and that business is making less money than what it costs to pay you, they are making a loss, right?
That business is making Okay, that makes no sense.
Wait,
you're saying a business is paying, because this is what you would have to have.
If your business, listen to me,
if your business paying more money than they have, okay, cool.
If they're paying you more money than they're taking in, and that means that they're making a loss, right?
They're taking out
They're taking a loss. They're making a loss, right? That's just a fact.
How much? Okay, what's the
Is that
example
true?
of
Yes or no? Is that true? Yes or no?
What is what true?
Is if a business is spending more money on you and and your productivity
Yeah, that's
than
not
they're
an
making in,
right.
then they're making a loss, right?
Correct.
Okay, so when they're making a loss, they're giving you more money than the value of the productivity that you're generating, correct?
No. That
No?
does not follow.
So
That
then
does not follow.
how are they making a loss?
Right. They would be making a loss because of something like capital cost in some other department, not the production of the commodity from the workers. So there could be like
So you're meaning to say that it's impossible for an employee to get paid more than the value of their productivity?
It's not impossible. It's just
okay. So in this case, let's say okay. So in the case that they're getting paid more than the value of their productivity, then that worker is making more money than the value of their productivity.
It's
correct. That's possible? Obviously, you literally just admitted that a couple minutes ago.
It's not actually possible. No,
it
it's not possible.
Okay, so you're meaning to tell me.
Conceivable?
Wait. Okay, so let me give you a situation.
Okay.
Let me give you a quick situation.
Right, cool.
Let's say there's a business.
So am I able to respond though? Because you keep doing this thing. Let me clarify the actual position here. Okay. Because
but you haven't even answered my question.
Now, I've been answering. You've been asking 70 questions.
So I just want a quick yes or
no. You ask the next question.
Is it impossible for an employer to pay a worker more than the value of their productivity? You're saying that's
under our current mode of production, yes.
So even let's say there's a person who cleans toilet and the company is paying him $200 an hour and they're making a loss. You're saying that they're still underpaying that person?
What? No, that's good. Okay, you cannot do that.
Do what?
What business model allows you to spend more money than you have? Where does the money even come from? Where does the money come
Investors.
from? That you are okay. So even in investment, where does the money come from? This is completely unsustainable. Your entire business gets shut down immediately.
So
if you're saying the commodities themselves,
excuse me, sir.
Hold on, you're saying okay,
excuse me,
cool,
sir.
Whatever. You're not going to let me finish.
Excuse me,
this is actually absurd. Okay, cool.
You're not listening to the argument that is being made.
Shifting the goalposts.
So you're saying,
I'm addressing the argument in particular.
I just want a quick yes or no.
I'm trying to address your hypothetical.
Okay, I just want a quick yes or no to this. Are you saying that it's
baby shit?
Are you saying that it's impossible, completely impossible for a business to pay someone more than the value of their productivity?
Through the simple guise of accounting, yes, it's completely impossible.
It's completely
Through double entry
impossible.
bookkeeping, where you have credits and debits that necessarily equal to zero, right? Do you understand basic finance? It is going to be completely impossible for a worker who's producing a commodity for that commodity to be worth less than the value that they're be getting paid, because that model couldn't even attract investment. It's legally impossible, right? It's functionally impossible.
So
none of these things
businesses
could
have
occur.
never made a loss. That's what you're saying.
Dude, if you make a loss, it's not because the value of the labor is less than, like, okay, here.
It means that the value of the productivity that is being generated by the business is less than or less than what they are spending, correct?
Is less than what they are spending. That doesn't even make any sense.
If you're generating less productivity than what
through marginal
you are,
utility, how could it be less? What the cost of it is what it sells on the market for, right?
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Hold on,
whoa. You're not listening.
Is the market cost what the? Okay, cool.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. If you are spending more money, if your business is spending, if the value of the productivity of the workers within your business is less than the amount of money that you're spending, then you're going to be losing money as a business, correct?
Okay, do you want me to respond or no?
It's an open-ended question. It's a yes or no question.
You said it's open-ended, then you said it's yes or no. Cool.
Yeah, because I changed my mind. Because I knew you were going to go on for 20 minutes. I just want a yes or no.
Cool. So if
you're not going to answer yes or no, but okay.
Oh yeah. So if you purchase a machine, okay, that's worth $100,000, it's conceivable that your business takes a loss because of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand how this is not correlated to the workers that you have and the amount of value they're adding in production, right? That's not correlated at all. You just took a loss because you made a
I'm
shitty
not saying
business decision.
I'm not saying that's impossible. But what I
Okay,
am
but
saying
I'm
is
saying-
possible.
what I'm saying
wait,
what
wait,
is
wait.
im- okay.
But what I'm saying is possible is for a business to be spending more on the productivity or the valuations of their workers than what they're taking in. I'm saying that is possible. Absolutely.
Okay, so let me ask you this hypothetical. So I understand you. You believe that it's possible that if a worker produces, let's say, one iPhone an hour, and that iPhone sells for $1,000, that this worker is being paid $2,000 an hour? You think that's possible?
No, what I think how people get paid is based on the value of their productivity.
Okay, can you answer? You were getting on me for not answering yes or no questions.
That's a no.
But do you believe? Okay, so you
I
don't
said
believe
no,
that's possible.
and the reason, well,
All right, so
I
if
don't
we
think
agree-
it's possible for a person who makes an iPhone that costs $1,000 to get paid $2,000. That doesn't make sense.
I agree. That's what I'm
But
saying.
it is possible.
And then-
Wait. But it is possible for But it is possible for a person who makes, who creates thousands of. It is possible for a person who creates iPhones, right, to for the business to make mistakes in how they calculate labor and end up spending more on productivity than what the valuations of what that productivity brings in. Correct?
Okay. You mean paying workers or no? Are you talking about some other capital costs? I agree if you're talking
Workers
about other
are a
capital
capital
costs
cost.
that aren't. Okay, hold on. Are you talking about other capital costs outside of the worker themselves?
No, I'm talking
Or are you
about workers. I'm talking about workers too.
Okay, so then what cost could they
What happened
spend
to
on
what?
the worker's wage that would then make it so that
So you're saying-
the worker
okay.
is earning more?
I
'Cause
guess
this is our
you're just
understanding of
basically
surplus
what you're
value.
saying is
Okay.
it's impossible for a business to make a loss on their employees. So let's say we have an employee that comes in and sits and does no work all day and they're still getting paid. No matter, even if that person is sitting around and doing nothing, that business is still making more productivity from that worker than they're spending on them. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, you're talking about individual workers. I didn't know that's what we were talking about. It's conceivable
Okay, let's say
that an
there's 100.
individual.
Let's say there's 100 of them and they do that. Now what?
Okay, so if you're saying it's conceivable that an individual may not produce any iPhones and is still getting paid as if they were producing iPhones,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean it's not
Then they would be
sustainable.
getting.
So
Then they would be getting paid more than the value of their productivity. Correct?
they would be getting paid more than the value of their productivity. I mean, you like
That's
I
just
said,
a yes.
it's-
That's an obvious yes. Like we could be good faith here, right?
okay. Some people can be paid through surplus value. That is a thing.
So
that can,
wait. I
but,
didn't.
But they don't
wait.
extract surplus.
Can we?
Okay,
can
cool.
we answer the question that I asked you, please?
How do you think I'm not answering the question?
You didn't. I just want
The
a
means
yes.
by which they
Sorry, you
the
can
means
go
by
ahead.
which a person is unproductive in that industry problematizes like the why, because then you're saying 100 people. At what point does the socially necessary labor time just increase because of this?
When
Like,
does
you
socially
cannot use the
necessary labor time?
hypothetical for something which is.
Who, me?
I'm sorry. I'm asking
Sorry,
Sithis
sorry.
because like
Okay.
this hypothetical is asinine in my opinion.
I'm saying
the
that
presupposition-
it is. Are you saying that it's impossible for a business to pay workers more than the productivity they bring in? Is that the claim you guys are making? That's impossible.
It's just
completely
it's not
impossible.
a sustainable business model.
I understand.
Like I said, it's
Listen to me.
conceivable.
I understand it's not sustainable, but it is possible. Correct?
I mean, it's possible if you want
Okay,
your business to go
it
on,
is
but-
possible. Correct?
What is the point?
Is it?
What
Okay,
is
I just
achieved
want to
by
yes. I just
acknowledging
want
that
to
some
yes.
people are
I just.
lazy?
All right, everybody around the room. We're all in agreement now. It is possible for a business to pay.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's
in that
possible.
case-
It's possible. Okay, let's move forward. Yeah.
Okay, finally, we've gotten the concession. So in the case in which the business is paying the worker more than the value of their productivity, that worker is gaining more of a profit from that business than they are giving to them in terms of their value. Correct?
is gaining more of a profit from that business.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
this
that's
is
not
like
how we
in
would
Volume
understand
1 of
profit.
Capital.
That's just a fact.
Yeah, I mean,
Marx talks about the animal spirits.
So
I mean,
basically,
this is
so
even how we
basically,
understand profit. But
so from
if
that
you're saying-
perspective, perspective, you could say that that worker is stealing from the business owner.
no,
Why not? They're making a profit. They're making a exploitative surplus value from that business owner.
no. The only way that surplus value could get paid to a worker is when it's extracted from the capitalist from another worker. We do see this in white collar
It's
industry.
flipped.
They would be
No,
stealing from
you're
the
misunderstanding.
other coworkers. They would not be
It's
stealing
flipped.
from the employee. They would not be stealing from the employer. They would be stealing from the other employees who are having to cover for
No,
that.
that's not true. That's
Correct.
not true.
Yes.
Correct.
No, that's
The
not true
value
because
is
the
generated by
employers,
the workers.
the employees are getting paid still, regardless of no matter what, right?
No, guess what? If I'm on a fucking job, and I've had this happen, where I'm busting my ass and someone else is sitting still doing something that can get done in 1 hour, they take 3 hours, and then I have to cover the 2 hours of lost time because no one else fucking will. Now, maybe that's me being a dumbass at work, but whatever. The point is, the value is taken from the other workers. The value is produced by the workers
Correct.
and then distributed at a roughly even rate to them from their employers. But that
Okay,
does not
you're
mean
misunderstanding the
that
point.
The employer has the value.
Respectfully, you're
Like, that's
misunderstanding the
very
point.
blatant. This is
No.
And by
Hold
the
on,
way,
listen to
this
me.
ability to change your rate is how you get your socially necessary labor time.
You're not
right?
understanding, sir. You're not understanding. So hear me out.
You aren't.
You understand that when you work for a business and you're not generating any productivity and you're still getting paid, that means that you're making a surplus value in terms of the value of the productivity that you're making versus the work that you're doing, correct?
That surplus is from fellow employees. Now,
No,
if
no,
the
no.
other
It comes
employees
from
aren't doing
that
anything,
money
technically
comes
it's
from the
coming out of
business,
credit
right?
From banks.
The money comes from
Technically
the
it's coming out of
business.
credit from banks.
Okay, listen to me. That money that gets paid to those other employees, where does it comes from? Either the business, it comes from the business,
value
right?
which is produced by the commodities they
Not
put
the question
their
that
labor
I
time
not the question
into
that I
and
asked
it's
you.
been
You're
saleable.
pivoting. You're pivoting. The
No, it's not.
business,
You
the
were just
business,
showing up.
doing the
you're pivoting.
pivoting thing.
Listen,
You're
you're
trying
pivoting.
to
Hold on.
from the very beginning. You know what you tried to do.
Hold on. So
You shifted
very
the
quickly.
goalpost.
Okay, listen to me. Very easily.
cool.
Very quickly. You're saying
With this,
the business owner, where they are the ones that pay all the employees, correct?
They pay
they're
them.
the ones that
yes.
pay.
They're the
Now,
ones
I mean,
that
I
pay
guess
all
Where
the
does the
employees,
money
right?
come from?
Technically, there's a payroll.
It comes from their
accountant, right? But I don't
productivity.
know.
Then comes from the productivity.
Yes, and the productivity
Generated by the
is from
capital.
the people who produce, the workers, the ones who take the raw commodities and develop them such they are saleable.
Yes, they do generate the value, but the value would not be generated if it wasn't for the capital investment.
Which is,
Wait, are you
you
stupid?
realize that variable capital is capital as well, right? So I invest my life force into the commodity such that it may be transformed.
I don't know what you mean by
So the
life force.
investments-
I'm sorry, I'm not a magician. I don't believe in life force. What I say
Okay,
is
variable
fundamentally
capital is
if
just
you
humans.
invest into a business, right?
Yes, it's the
if you
labor time.
if you use your labor,
Quantization of labor
if you
time.
if you use your
Right.
labor in order to generate some sort of revenue, and then you use that money to buy capital, which then generates revenue, and you hire people to use that capital to generate revenue, and then those employees end up making less money than what they create. You're spending more money on those workers than the value that they're generating.
Yeah, that's only possible with credits, which is on the presupposition
No.
of
That's
productive
true.
labor.
It doesn't matter if it's credit. It doesn't matter if it's money or if it's money in the bank. It doesn't matter what kind of money it is. That's just a fact.
It's either my primitive accumulation where I built up the wealth in order to like front that, in which case I'm being a bad manager. by
So
not
in that
maintaining
case, so in the
productivity,
case,
such that-
yeah. So in the
No.
case, yeah. So in the case in which you are basically generating more money from your productivity than what is being spent on you, you're generating a surplus value from the product. You're basically your productivity because you're making more money than the value of your productivity. So what you're doing is you're exploiting the business owner whenever you make.
You are so committed to this worldview that there is nothing that will break you out of it, and I don't even understand how it's impossible
It's basic
for you to understand
economics.
this. Have
It's
you
basic
ever,
economics.
What jobs have you worked? What jobs have you worked?
Hold
I'm
on.
working
Let's
at
talk about basic economics, right? So let's talk about this.
I've
even in
worked many
capitalist
jobs in my
terms, okay?
life.
hold on. In capitalist terms, what's the value of the commodity, right? In terms of marginal utility. If you were to sell a product on the market, what is the value of that product? And how do we understand it through marginal utility?
Value comes from the subjective evaluations of individuals.
Okay, so if it comes from the subjective evaluation of individuals, okay, let's say individuals value X commodity at $1,000, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we would understand that necessarily the workers that produced that product that was then sold for $1,000 are going to make less than $1,000, correct? Every time.
Well, of course. Because of
Okay,
because
cool.
of time preference.
That is surplus value. That's
Yeah,
it.
because of
That's
time
all we
preference.
got. That's all we got, folks. Hold on. That's all we got,
Yeah,
folks.
but if the
this is a
business-
description
yeah, but if the
of how
worker-
surplus value is
Yeah, but I got a
extracted from
response.
workers.
Yeah, but if the worker is making more revenue from their more revenue from their productivity than they're generating, then they are making a surplus value off of the business owner, which means that they are now stealing from the business owner. From your perspective.
Cool. So I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Now apply that to the example I just gave, where someone, through the guise of marginal utility, right, a capitalist sells a product on a market for $1,000, okay, and then the workers that went to build said product on the market that was sold for
exploitation.
I'm not talking about theft or exploitation. That's not what you just said in terms of how they could be stealing from the capitalist. Apply this to the example that I just gave.
I don't consider it to be theft.
Oh my God, I'm not talking. Why do you keep talking about who brought up theft? Who
You
said
just
those
did.
words?
You just did like a second ago.
What? Did
You
anyone
didn't-
hear me say theft?
You didn't say theft a
Yeah,
second
I
ago?
did not.
I
Okay.
did not.
All right, that's okay.
No one. Okay, cool.
You guys must have bad memory, I guess.
Here's okay. Through the guise of what we just talked about, okay, through like marginal utility, our understanding of cost on a market, a capitalist puts a product on the market, it gets sold for $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the workers that went into putting together that product, you agreed, are necessarily going to be paid for less than what that $1,000. If it took them an hour to produce that $1,000 product, collectively for an hour of work, they're going to be paid less than $1,000. Okay, we agree?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But that's fine.
So okay, I'm not talking about whether that's fine. This isn't a moral critique. Explain to me, through what you're referring to right now, how they could be stealing from the capitalist in terms of revenue in that exchange. Go ahead.
Well, it depends on whether or not you consider profit to be theft. I don't consider profit to be theft, so I don't consider it to be stealing. But if you do consider profit to be theft...
you said they're stealing. You said they're stealing from the capitalist.
Yeah, because... no, I don't actually believe that. I'm saying that from your perspective, because you guys believe that surplus value, which is profit, is theft. Whereas I do not.
No, I don't think you understand surplus value. I keep trying to explain it to you.
Exploitation and theft aren't the same.
Is theft,
Or
right?
exploitation or whatever.
Hey,
Listen,
when we talk about surplus value, right? What we're saying is that this is the value that is generated in an excess of what is being paid to the worker. So if I'm paying 1,000, if I'm making,
I understand that business owners get money from the work of the other people. Yeah, I get it.
If I'm paying if I'm paying $500 to workers, and then I'm paying an extra $100 in
I get it.
Cost
I get it. I get the point.
Okay.
And I sell it
so
for
if you don't need to continue to explain it, I get the point.
Of value
I get it. You sell it. I get the point. I get the point.
Okay, but Sithis, if you actually get the point, right, then you do understand that there's just a Marxist definition of exploitation. It's not a moral critique. Maybe you understood this as like some moral critique of like virtue ethics, where we're saying, hey, this thing is bad. Which is why when we're talking about exploitation, we're just talking about this phenomenon. We're not even talking about bad
profit
things that happen to people.
So you're just talking about
We're
profit.
just talking about the extraction of surplus value where a worker sells their labor power, right?
Okay. So where's the ethics?
So
is there an ethical argument here?
There's no ethical argument here.
Okay, so then you're just
This is not
basically
an
saying that
ethical argument.
businesses make a profit. Okay, I don't disagree with that.
Okay, but this is a description of the mechanism that's you. I don't know if you understand. This is a descriptive thing. This is not some normative thing that this ought to be some other way.
I understand.
Okay,
If you
cool.
know that, wait, but you got to understand when you use the word exploitation or surplus value, there's like connotations to those words. You do realize that it's not
Sure.
just like
Marx uses a lot of terms
you know,
like
it's not like I'm not just
fetishism,
pulling. You
right?
guys are acting like I'm just pulling this out of my ass. I'm not really. I'm not really, because many and now I know that and I'll admit this is not you guys, but many communists and socialists, right? They'll be like, oh, that's exploitation, and therefore it is bad in all cases. And I'm just like, wait a minute, it's not bad in all cases, because let's say there's a worker who's making less surplus value than the productivity they're bringing in, then you would have to say that they're exploiting the business owner, which I would disagree with. I don't think they're exploiting the business owner.
But that's the thing. I just wanted to even get an explanation of how that could occur, what you're describing. That's why I gave the example of a thing being sold on a market.
Well,
for
that happens all the
$1,000.
time. Businesses, there's tons of businesses that make losses, and main reason, and some of the reasons why, not all of them. Obviously, businesses are different from industry to industry, correct? You know, but some of the time it's due because they pay people too much, more than the productivity that they bring in. People make
usually
mistakes.
in relation. So that's the thing. Marx has an analysis about this regarding the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, right? And this is connected to our understanding of socially necessary labor time. Now, interestingly enough, once you have things like, you know, machines and automation that actually increase productivity, they actually reduce the amount of value that's being created in the production process, and this leads to the tendency of the rate of profit
lower
to fall.
prices yet.
It leads to the tendency of the rate of profit to fall in particular. Because even when we're talking about lower prices, we understand that there's both like a demand and supply side aspect to this, but in long-term costs are not very sensitive to changes in utility, but they're very sensitive to production costs. And this is where we see like the long-term cost of products on the market being very much correlated with production costs. I actually just threw some paper from Stanford in my server that analyzes this in the solar industry, right? I could throw it to you if you want.
Sure.
And there's lots
one
of
thing I am
empirical
going to
evidence
say.
that shows.
One thing I am going to say is I don't think that profit is ever going to fall to zero. And the reason why is because we live in a world of scarcity. And even if
what do you understand profit to be?
Profit would be just generating more value than the goods in which you're, the cost of the goods in which you're selling.
Okay, but when you say value, are you communicating that to be equal with like a monetary expression of value?
Commodity exchange value.
Okay, but yeah, like this MCM relationship where you have money that you use to purchase a commodity that then you sell for more money. Is this your understanding of generating more value? Because this definitely can fall to zero, and it's pretty obvious.
I don't think it could, because we live in a world of scarcity and uncertainty, and even if we were to get to a point where we have so much abundance of goods and services that we would still have standing room. Unless we turned into goats, we would
What about in a moneyless society?
Not even in a moneyless society, because we would still have standing room. We would still have time.
But what would the profit be in a moneyless society?
Opportunity cost.
Opportunity cost. Okay.
Well, they have
opportunity cost in your.
Well, there would be opportunity cost. There would be time, and there would be uncertainty of the future.
Okay, so time preference and opportunity cost, though, that's not a monetary expression of profit. If you're just saying profit is like,
well, you could still make profit off of those things when you don't have when you have an abundance of goods.
Only if you have this very idiosyncratic definition of profit. If profit is just social relations that people engage in, that they want to engage in, then I guess.
Well, and what I mean by profit is just essentially you're gaining more value than you put into the transaction.
Okay, but
and
how are we defining value?
That doesn't necessarily mean
some kind of social relation?
Yeah, it's a subjective thing.
Okay. So so value, like if I said value,
there's so there's financial profit and then there's psychic profit. Financial profit is when you make money off of the profit, and then psychic profit is I enjoy doing this rather than doing this other thing, so I traded you this for that.
Okay, but I'm saying profit just means any kind of social relation that people engage in, that they want to engage in,
that they feel is more valuable than the good in which they're giving up. And then it turns out to be true.
Okay. And then it turns out to be true. I don't know how.
Well, because
how you
like,
measure that
so
either.
for instance, I mean, you can't measure it. It's just something that's in our
Okay.
head.
Okay.
You can
But-
you can't measure utility. Utility is something is based on
So
whether
then
you
is
like
just
this more
circular,
than
right?
others.
This is just circular.
How is that circular? It's Austrian economics.
How is praxeology circular? Yeah. No, I mean,
How is it circular?
It does. Yeah, because in this sense, you're just saying like the deductive study of human action, right? Is how you guys would understand your, study of human.
Well, do you believe in the
economics.
action act? Excuse me, sorry. Do you believe in the action axiom?
Do humans act? Yeah. So like that's the thing. You have this idiosyncratic definition of
What's that
humans
mean?
acting. Some definition that's like unique to oneself, right? It's unique to the Austrian school of economics. Nobody else has this understanding of the word act. So if you mean like, do humans act? Have humans ever done things? Like, yes, that's
We
true.
define things a little bit different than other people. I will admit you on that. But I don't think that means that we're incorrect. I think that if you understand what we mean by what we say, there's a lot of good that could be understood from the Austrian school. In fact, there was many socialists who admired Mises for his whole arguments for the economic calculation problem.
I don't know who admired the ECP, who was a socialist. Who?
Forgot who he was, but he basically said that there was a story that I heard that he said that he believed that we should have a picture of Mises in every planning central planning board to teach us how we could make socialism work despite the economic calculation problem. Wait, you agree with the economic calculation problem, right?
No, it was disproven by Oscar R. Long during the economic calculation debates and further expanded upon by Abba Lerner. And there's other different economists that
Oscar Long
against it as well.
Oscar
R. Long.
Yeah, how did he debunk the ECP? How did he do that?
Yeah. He proposed the model of his particular model of market socialism. I don't know if you've read the papers between.
I quoted Long. I quoted Long in my YouTube video debunking the ECP, where he basically said that a planning board can make the inputs match the outputs according to a calculus in kind. The issue with that problem is that how are these planners going to know without prices? Which is the thing that sort of directs people to what is the most profitable use of goods and services. Without those prices, how are you going to determine what's the most value productive route for goods and services? I mean, even theoretically.
I mean, this is really simple if you look at like, we do this today when we take inventory through the production process, right? Particular things are sold, and then you take inventory to see what you have available, right? This would be the same case if we're looking at, what Mises and Hayek were arguing is that because there's no real market prices or whatever, there's no way to calculate opportunity costs. Well, you would just have a mechanism to compute this through prices. Yeah. So you would have a price adjustment rate. So you would have like prices according to the surpluses and shortages that would arise from what they posited was like a central planning board that would do this based on the inventory that they would look. They would look to adjust prices in the light of either excess demand or excess supply. Right?
Well, here's the issue with even that. I mean, it's even with that, it's always going to be more inefficient than price coordination, and here's the reason why. Because it's very
not
easy.
At all.
Hold on. So it's very easy to determine, you have when something sells out, like a whole warehouse, it's much more easier to be like, okay, well, this thing is in high demand and this thing is in low demand. But when things only sell a little bit, or at a point in time, or a lot at another point in time, without looking at prices, how do you determine how much value that thing is going to have prior to making those calculations? Also,
you can look at prices. The point is, pricing mechanisms don't require a private market. That's the point.
How do you get pricing? How do you make prices without private property?
Yes, so again, Oscar R. Long had this whole model regarding the central planning board. If you're looking at, I mean, you can look at how firms do this today. They do this in a centrally planned manner internally. So, like, if we were to look at Walmart, Walmart would adjust their prices in light of excess demand or excess supply, correct?
Yes, but they're basing those calculations on external factor prices, right?
What do you mean external factor prices? What does that even mean?
In the sense that they don't just make their prices up out of nowhere. They look at what the market, how the market reacts to these prices, and then they make they set their prices based on that. They're not. That's
literally what you do. Yeah, okay. Have you ever played like the lemonade stand game?
I understand,
you
but
set price,
when you have hold on, but you're talking about eliminating.
You increase your price. Okay, do you know how the supply-demand equilibrium works? You never find where the equilibrium meets. You're just trying to get close to that.
If you eliminate private property and the means of production, you no longer have those external factor prices.
Counter prices? Is that what you're saying?
External factor prices.
Oh, I don't understand what external factors you're talking about.
Okay, so business prices that are set by businesses that are not yourself. So when you're a business like Walmart, you're not. Yeah, you may be planning internally in order to know what people want. How do you know what people want and at what quantity? What they do is they look at market prices.
This is so easy.
Okay, without if they don't have those, wait. But if they don't have those market prices under socialism, you don't have those external market prices. How do you calculate? What do? You
don't. Okay. This is so easy. Okay, I'm gonna explain this again. If you've ever played that like lemonade stand game on coolmath.com, right? You don't have any knowledge about an existing market. All you know is, okay, I'm going to set a price here for what I think people would be willing to pay for, a cup of lemonade. And it could be the case that, okay, you set the price too high, so less people are buying. And you know what you do? You lower the price.
Yeah, but what you're doing,
this is the whole game.
But under a socialist system, you wouldn't have that because there would be the abolition of private property within the means of production. You can't set your own prices.
What is abolition of private property? Why does it matter who owns the means of production in this scenario?
Because when you have private property, and you have trading of those private property, those create signals that reveal people's preferences in the market. And if you set fake prices, then you're just guessing as to what people want.
That's literally what every firm does, is they guess. Do you not know this?
I understand, but they don't just guess based off of nothing.
They do. Okay, where is the supply and demand equilibrium?
They guess.
Where is the supply and demand equilibrium?
Let me finish. So they don't just guess based off of nothing. They guess on what they think people are going to spend their money on. So I can put my prices as high as I want, but if no one is willing to buy it at that price, well, then I'm shit out of luck. If I could set it as low as I want, but super low, and everyone will buy it out, but then I won't make it any money. So there's somewhere in between this equilibrium price that you need to figure out what's the best, most profitable way of doing that. And how you do that is by looking at the market, right, and making plausible guesses based on market functions. And that's what entrepreneurs do. But if you don't have private property trading in the means of production, you don't have prices. So you can't look at the market to determine what's the best way to price your goods.
Okay, you understand prices come from scarcity signals and adjustment rules, not private property. Do you understand this?
You have to own the thing in order to trade it. You have to own it in order to trade it.
Okay. If this were what did Tito do in Yugoslavia then? How were their prices in Yugoslavia?
I don't know. I wasn't there. Hold on. I wasn't there. So I want you to give me the theoretical way in which you can allocate scarce resources in a more efficient way than the market.
I'm not even talking. I'm talking about the empirical way. I mean, we were already talking about
you haven't even explained to me the theoretical way. How are you going to explain to me the empirical way without even explaining how it would theoretically work?
Okay, cool. So
also, I don't even know if your situation is if what you're saying is, I would have to look into it. So I don't, so I would need at least a theoretical argument first before we could get into the empirical.
Cool. So, I mean, I thought you were familiar with the Long model, right? So you have a central planning board, right, that sets initial prices for goods. They would adjust prices according to shortages and surpluses. And then you have a bunch of publicly owned firms that are managed independently, and they respond to prices just like competitive firms do, right?
Who sets the prices? How are the prices
Central Planning
made?
Board.
So
The
how do
Central
they know
Planning
when
Board.
to set those prices?
They set. What do you mean? They adjust the prices according to shortages and surpluses. If there's a shortage of a particular good, what do? You increase the price. If there's a surplus of a particular good, what do? You decrease the price.
So they do it all individually, manually.
All individually, I don't know what that means. All individually.
So
manually?
basically, every single good is set. Prices are set by the supply and demand board, basically.
Yeah, like every single company.
And yeah, for every company, yeah. For every type of
I'm
good,
saying, like,
and for each quantity of good, and all the quantities. So like, for instance, they set the price of not just milk, but 2% milk, 1% milk, whole milk, and they're able to know all of the information needed in order to make the correct and most value productive decision without prices.
Right. So,
how are they doing that?
How do firms do it? They're trying to find.
They have
a
external factor prices.
I don't know why you keep talking about external factor prices.
Because those prices are prices are signals, right? You do know that, right?
That's what I just said, right?
Okay,
but you seem
they signal. What do they signal?
Some different understanding.
What do they signal?
You seem to not think.
Wait,
that
what do prices signal?
Prices are a feedback mechanism, right? That communicates scarcity of particular goods.
No, it's not necessarily. It tells you the supply and the demand for that good. It isn't just simply scarcity. It also it shows the demand for that good.
That's the same thing.
No.
What do you
not
think
necessarily.
Scarcity is?
Scarcity means that scarcity means that there isn't an infinite amount of that good. But demand.
That's not what scarcity
something
means.
could be scarce and also have no demand for it.
No. That's not what scarcity means in economics. Scarcity is not things that nobody wants and there's not enough. It's a very specific.
That's not what I said.
Meaning.
That's not even what I said.
No. But scarcity literally means, right?
That's not what I said.
Okay, cool. A resource is scarce. Okay, if it exists in quantities that's insufficient to satisfy the desired use.
As in, it's not infinite, right?
We're looking at scarcity is about the supply and demand relationship, is what I'm trying to explain. It's not about
I know
anything
that,
else.
but I said that scarce resources are resources that are not infinite.
No
And that's just
resources
a
are
fact.
infinite. That doesn't mean every resource is scarce.
Ideas are infinite, and they're resources. Unless you believe in intellectual property.
What?
Do you believe? I mean, okay, that's a separate argument. But whatever.
Yeah, that's some weird philosophical thing. Now, all I'm positing is that when we're looking at scarcity, there's a very specific economic definition that we would use of scarcity that is related to supply and demand. So when I'm talking about scarcity, I'm not talking about something separate from supply and demand, right? I'm just talking
now
about.
that you've clarified, I understand what you mean. Continue.
Okay, so when I said prices come from scarcity signals and adjustment rules, not private property, this is what I mean. Okay, so
you need private property in order to have trading of those.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. How do you trade something if you don't own it? How do you trade something if you don't own it?
Okay, sorry. When you're saying private property, you just mean individuals owning something, right?
Well, yeah. What did you think I meant?
Gotcha. So then we have a different definition of private property, but that's fine.
What did you think
What
I
I'm
meant?
talking about, huh?
Oh, did you mean that the means of production? Is that what you thought I meant?
Well, that's what it sounds like because what we're discussing.
No, I'm talking about property in general. Like your body
owned.
is your property, your phone's your property.
Cool. But there's no such, by that definition, right? Saying private property doesn't mean anything because there's no system in the world that has ever not had private property, right?
No, every system believes in property to a certain degree. It's just how you
but private property in particular. Like you realize when we talk about private property, the reason we would even talk about abolition of private property is because we are talking about something other than like your
private property and the means of production.
Right. So
but
people's
the means of
relation
production
to the means of
is private property, but isn't always private property. That's a separate word.
So in this instance of what I'm talking about in the long model, right? We're talking about setting prices for goods outside of the means of production being owned by individuals.
Then how do you know what if there's no trading, which means that one person gives this thing to another person that they own?
There's no
trading,
no
pricing.
There's a market. It's called market socialism.
So then you do
right?
have property rights.
Okay, cool. But here's what I'm trying to explain. And so
But wait. You guys said that you socialists said that you want to abolish the private property in the means of production.
Here, can I explain this to you?
Go ahead.
Okay, what do you think we mean by abolition of private property in the means of production?
Business owners owning goods that create more goods that they profit from.
Okay.
Or in other words, capital goods.
Sure. Okay. We can go with this definition. That's fine. How does that exist in what I'm describing with market socialism in the long model?
Because I don't make a distinction between capital that property and other property. I consider all private property to be private.
Cool. I'm not asking what you make a distinction about, because you just made a claim about what socialists believe. Now, do you think that socialists are
socialists
talking about
don't believe in
removing
private property in the means of production?
Are advocating for removing individuals' abilities to own particular things? Is that what you believe they're in favor of? Like individuals can no longer own things?
They want to abolish the ownership of productive means, which would be capital
private ownership
goods.
of the means of production, right? But my question to you.
No, I don't believe that. You guys believe
property.
in personal property. You guys have the personal private property distinction, which I disagree with.
So in the example of what Oscar R. Long is talking about in this model, where is the private ownership of the means of production?
The means of production? There is none.
Right. Okay, cool.
So then how do you have prices of those means of production?
Even without private ownership of the means of production, right?
Yes, but the prices that are being sold by those means of production are not being set by supply and demand. It's being set by a board at the top that we're making arbitrary decisions.
That's the same thing. Wait, how do you think they're set now? There's a board that sets prices in capitalist firms.
Yeah, but they're doing it based off of external factor prices, which is you guys don't have external factor prices.
I've never heard this external
factor prices. That means other business
prices.
owners selling goods and services, and then they observe the market, and then they make their decision on how they price things based on that. Whereas you don't have that in a socialist market. The the means of production are owned by private individuals. They are owned by the state.
I've never heard external factor prices. Is this from some textbook somewhere?
Okay, so if you want, you could read Mises. He wrote Economic Calculation in a Socialist Commonwealth, and he goes much more deeper into why. And
he uses the term external factor prices.
Yes, or also Liquid Zulu, Well, external factor prices are just prices that are outside of the business that you own.
Okay, you don't need those.
You do need those. How do you know what people want? If you don't have, how does that business know what they want?
I have a question. If you have, and this is like Econ 101, right? The easiest concept in econ, the monopoly, okay? If there's a steel monopolist, what's the price of steel?
Whatever they want it to be.
Exactly. Okay, cool. So you keep saying, how do we know the price? This is the most confusing thing. You're saying they would set the price if people literally couldn't purchase it.
Yeah, but
right?
what are they? They're setting it based off of what? They're not basing it off of revealed preferences.
The supply and the demand.
Yeah, but how do they know that the supply meets the demand?
Right, because you would look at the available inventory, okay, of things that you have.
Mm-hmm.
And if there is a surplus or a shortage of particular goods and services, then you would be like, oh, there's a shortage. We need to, one, you could produce more, which is something that you can do, but also you can increase the price, correct? These are both things that could
occur. But it's done by a central planning board.
Okay, and what's the
that
problem?
Individually chooses each and every single price based on what they think is based on the information that others are giving them.
Okay, how were the first prices decided upon? Conceivably.
You're talking about first prices. I'm talking about a mature market. There's a difference.
No, how were the first prices determined?
They're determined based on, what they think. But we're not talking about, when we're talking about external factor prices, we're not talking about what people think. What they're doing is they're looking at private property trades within the market, and they look at they observe the things that people choose to buy and choose not to buy, and then they set their prices accordingly. Whereas you don't have that with a central planning board.
Do you not think that the board in a socialist economy would do that?
They can't do that because they don't have prices.
Why
because
can't
they don't have the signals that prices provide.
They don't have access to the market.
There is no market if they're the one controlling it. They're the ones controlling it. They're the ones setting the prices.
Market.
Yeah, they're the one controlling the market. So how do they know what prices to set what at? They don't.
Because of supply and demand of their inventory.
How do they know the demand of each good?
Because they make the product and they see how much product they have and how much product they sold.
I know. This seems so obvious to me that I get confused by how people can't understand this. So I have a question.
Okay.
If I were to provide you with actually existing examples of this, right? I mentioned Yugoslavia under Tito. Would you look at it and be like, oh, well, this didn't work, even though their economy worked just fine and they were able to
produce the
goods and services people needed?
What do you mean by work?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you keep saying there's some problem here. This can't work.
It's going to obviously a central authority planning and choosing which prices should be here and here is always going to be more inefficient than a free market would, because when prices are organically in a free market, prices are organically, without anyone at the top, go to their most value productive route. But the issue is we have a state that comes in and forcibly imposes its will upon the market.
Unfalsifiable claims. How would you determine what's more efficient and what isn't efficient?
You look at whether or not if it's in a free market, you look at whether or not the person is profiting from that.
No. Fuck profit, because now we're presupposing, your current mode of production. I'm saying, how would we declare efficiency? How could we say this mode of production is more efficient than another mode of production?
Profit.
Let's say one has profit, one doesn't. How could we determine? How could we find out? Okay, cool. So let's say profit doesn't exist.
It's revealed preference.
Okay?
Without profit, you can't make that determination.
Okay, so then this is just circular logic. That's fine.
You could call it circular, but I'm not sure how you could determine whether or not how people want things without profit and loss calculations. It doesn't make sense.
Cool. Okay, you say that doesn't make sense, even though, so for most of human history, without money existing, for example, right? And without markets being a fundamental way that people within their own societies form social relations, could we just not find out what people want? Is that the case?
They would have to do it through barter.
Wrong. So I guess this is the fundamental issue.
Okay, so I guess barter economies don't exist. That's fine.
Correct. You are correct.
Really? Barter economies never existed. Okay, got you.
Correct.
Okay.
David Graeber goes into this in depth the first 5,000 years, if you're into anthropology works, right? Marcel Mauss has The Gift, where he talks about early examples of non-market economies. They weren't barter economies, by the way. They just weren't.
Yeah, I'd rather listen to somebody who actually knows what external factor prices are.
This must just be some Austrian term. This isn't a term that's used in economics at all. I've read all kinds of different economics papers.
Have you read Mises?
Okay, cool, whatever.
No, I guess not.
Do you think that?
That's probably why you're a socialist.
If the state...
Have you read Mises? What economic concepts does Mises employ? Any calculations writing on human action?
Human action isn't something that's calculable. It's something that you deduce from
is
logic.
There any equation? We're talking about things like money. Are there any equations?
He created
in Mises'
praxeology.
Economics books? Okay. Are there any equations in Mises' economics books?
Not really.
Okay, that's why it's not accepted in any economic school of thought. You guys aren't even doing that.
Neither is the LTV, but
That's not true at all.
Yeah, okay.
That's not true at all.
Okay.
That's not true at all.
Okay.
I was actually just I literally have a paper here from a post-Keynesian economist, right? That is connecting socially necessary labor time to this post-Keynesian idea of monetary expression of labor time, right?
Yeah,
So
modern economists believe in the LTV. Yes, got you.
post Keynes, like literally not okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying.
Yeah, yeah, that's not true. You know that's not true. But go ahead.
It is.
No.
Are you joking?
Incorrect. There's
Okay,
no
cool,
way.
whatever.
All right, go ahead.
I can post the paper here. I'm just talking about actually existing contemporary economists who are not Marxist economists.
How
by
about
the
you
way.
read some Austrians? They're
Dude,
way better.
you keep saying this. Austrians, the last thing I read from an Austrian, Rothbard just gets history wrong, right? It's like, I don't know what you want me to read from an Austrian.
Rothbard is dope. You got to read him more, too.
Dude,
I
he
love
just gets
Rothbard.
history wrong. I'm saying he just gets fucking human history, social relations. He fundamentally
Which book
doesn't
did you read?
understand. What was this one about the
Read
about
Man,
the history
Economy,
of
and
money
State. Listen, you should listen to Man, Economy, and State. That's his Mac.
Will you read Capital?
This guy won't read Capital.
I couldn't read Capital because the wording in that shit is before my time. So what I did is I listened to other people who explained what other YouTube videos of people explaining the book to me because I couldn't
Okay, but you still don't have an understanding of surplus value. But that's fine. So
I did understand. Wait, what did I understand about surplus value? Go ahead.
Yeah, so you had this understanding that surplus value is just when a business spends more on production costs.
No, I said it when you make a profit.
No,
that's what I said. Surplus value is.
Value.
I know you just don't understand.
You guys said
value.
that's what you guys said. Profit was. I mean, surplus value was.
No, surplus value is not equal to profit. The way that you derive profit is through surplus value extraction. But here,
wow,
you didn't have an understanding of what surplus value was.
You're mad that I'm right, but okay.
Okay, so the Rothbard thing about a history of money and banking in the United States, that was the one, right? Where he just gets fundamental factors about money arising in the United States. How, what are they called? Legal tender in particular areas of the United States. The first bank, what was it called? The first bank of the United States, right?
What was the method that you said Oscar Long did? You said that basically he said that he took the
Central Planning Board, right? Central Planning Board, publicly owned firms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the Long had it, and then it was expanded upon.
So basically, what they did is they
Lerner.
look at the demand. How do they determine demand?
Based on inventory. If you have shortage, I keep repeating the same thing.
So if you have a shortage in your inventory, that means that people want something less. And if you have a more of something in your inventory, but it seems to me that it's much more easier to see. I mean, it seems efficient when you in the extremes, right? But when it comes to like edge cases, like let's say there's only one less or one more, well then how do you then determine from there? Also, like how do you then determine in the future? Like let's say, like this also assumes that you have a constant demand for goods. So for instance, let's say the goods and services of something, the demand goes way up all of a sudden. Obviously that central, like for that central planning board to notice that, they would have to notice the inventories going down, and then they would have to lower the price. Whereas in a market, the business owner would just sort of be able to do that like right on the spot. So
Are you trolling?
just like you're putting, basically what you're doing is you're adding on.
Are you trolling?
I'm not trolling.
Okay,
what is
tell
trolling?
me a single instance of when this has ever happened during a demand shock. When has this ever happened? During
goods,
COVID,
wait.
what
So
happened?
there aren't. Wait. So there aren't.
Give me, I will pay you $1,000 if you can give me a single instance of this ever happening in a demand shock, how you just described, where businesses immediately are able to correct. Hold on, businesses are immediately able to correct a supply shortage based on a demand shock. That's never happened.
What they do
it's
is
fucking impossible.
What they do is they raise the prices of their goods.
Okay, when? Oh my God. After they take inventory, and then they would look back on a spreadsheet, and people would be able to see, the accountants that are doing double entry bookkeeping are able to see what revenue they were able to take in, and then how much they spent in production costs.
Yeah, but they don't have to look at their inventory. But they don't need to look at their inventory.
Yes, they do!
Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
They could do. Wait. Excuse me. What they could do is they could look at external factor prices before they see their inventory to make the decision beforehand.
No.
Because you could what you could do is you could look at the market and see that the price of a goods or service is going up, and then you don't need to check your to see what people are buying in order to know what people want, because you could just automatically look at the external factor prices of other businesses that are selling the similar
That's not how
services.
that works at all.
Yes, you.
Okay,
So wait. So businesses don't look at other
production-
businesses and how much they charge things and how much it costs to make things, and they make their decisions based off of that. You don't think they look at external factor prices in order to make their decision?
Okay, do you think there's like some temporal queue of what businesses are able to sell goods in a particular order? And then people can look back in that queue and be like, oh, well, my business's time is up to sell a good. Let's look at what came right before. That's not how that works. Goods are immediately sold in the same time on a market.
Not
and
necessarily.
In order to
Not
change,
all goods. That's
my
not
gosh,
true.
What
Not
goods
all-
aren't? Tell me an example of a good that isn't.
Food. All goods are just so.
You go.
All goods.
All the tomatoes
okay, now
at
you
the
got so
stores
upset.
are being
Hold
sold
on,
right
let
now.
Let me finish.
You're trolling.
All
You have
good-
to be trolling.
Okay, saying that I'm trolling isn't a refutation of my argument. So saying, so good refutation. So, oh, you're trolling. All goods and services don't just get sold all at once by every single business. Certain businesses sell goods before other businesses, and based on the information of the goods and services being sold and how much it's being sold at what price,
Who
they
sells
could use
more?
that.
Who
It
sells
depends. It depends on
things
who's. It
before?
depends
Who
on.
does-
It depends on who's first in the market, and then based on the information of the goods and on the prices that are being sold for those goods, they use that information as to how they should price their own goods. But again, without those external factor prices,
Okay, can
they
you
have
just
to
give me an example?
So when you go to the market and you're going to sell something, generally a lot of businesses, what they'll do is they don't just price their good based on their whims. What they do is they look at how much that
what
good.
does that have to do with demand shocks?
Excuse me. What they do is
I
they
need an
look.
example involving demand shocks.
Excuse me.
Okay.
So what they do is they look at how other people and the prices of the goods and services in which they're selling, and then they try to sell at a lower cost than the goods and services in which they are selling it at, while also making a profit. And that's generally how. That's what's good about a capitalist market is we have external factor prices, which makes it easier for us to determine whether or not people actually value something without actually having to sell it in the market first.
Okay, so how is that related to what you were talking about regarding demand shocks?
Well, because if there's like a huge demand shock and you don't need to wait for your inventory to go up or nobody to buy your goods in your inventory, you could just look at the external factor prices and make a decision based off of that.
How could you know there's a demand shock?
Based on, whether or not the price of that good has gone up or down.
How would you know if what? How are they bringing up the price of the good up or down? Who's doing that and how are they doing that first?
They're doing it based off whether or not they're going to make whether or not people buy the goods at the prices at which they're selling. And if people buy the goods in which the price at which they're selling above a lot and they end up making a profit, that then signals to other businesses that if they sell the same good at around the or less than the price at which they are selling, they will make a profit as well, which then signals other businesses to sell that rock.
Okay, you realize during a demand shock, you have a complete supply shortage, everything's sold out. The businesses still made a profit. You get that, right? We're talking about
if they're making
maximizing
money,
the profit margins.
If they're making money,
maximizing. Okay, cool. Go ahead.
If they're making money, you just said go ahead, so I thought you wanted me to go ahead, but go ahead.
I know, but you keep. Okay, go ahead.
Well, basically, if they're making a large profit, that signals to other people who are also selling similar services that is a good investment, and then what you see is more people creating that good in order to make the demand.
Right. So long-term prices, okay? So most firms, the way that they actually do their pricing is through this cost plus pricing or analysis or markups, right? Rather than even when we were talking about marginal utility.
But they also use external factor prices too.
Oh, okay. Dude, that's not a thing. You keep saying
external factor. So prices outside of your business is not a thing.
Dude, I don't know. You keep using this term, and it's like the weirdest term. I don't know how you keep connecting
I literally
it to what we're
defined
talking
it
about.
like 20 times. I don't know what more do you want me to say? I've defined
Okay,
it for
but
you.
do you understand how this could never be relevant when responding to a
It
demand
is relevant
shock? Because the first instance
people
of
need
changing
prices.
price,
Because people external factor
listen,
prices are
the
really
first-
important for businesses.
Okay, but the first instance of affecting a business's price during a demand shock cannot be informed by anything. You realize that by your own
It does,
description of this
but
thing.
it does inform other people who are in that area that are selling the same
Okay,
good, right?
Dude, that literally
Those
means the first instance of a
prices-
price change can't be informed by anything in your broken system.
It can be.
That makes no sense.
It's informed by whether or not people buy the good at the price that is sold that is set.
Dude, that's what I just said. You would take inventory, see if people are buying things in shortages or surpluses, and you were like, no, that doesn't work.
Yeah, but
you have to
again-
look at external cost prices.
But
or
again,
some
if
shit.
you
I don't
don't,
know.
okay, again, but if for a business, what they could do is they could look at external factor prices, right? And they could say, hey, without losing their full inventory or missing. So, for instance, if you have no factor prices and you have an inventory full of stuff and nobody buys out your stuff, well, then you basically lost a whole bunch of money and you're shit out of luck. So, before you lose all your and you don't have any prices to figure out whether or not you're losing money, then you're shit out of luck. But if you do have prices, you could look at the market before you decide to buy up all those goods, and you could see, oh my god, this amount of goods is being sold at this price and is making a profit when sold at this price. So therefore, I won't lose money when I sell these goods. So these external factor prices sort of help guide entrepreneurs as to what goods and services that how to price the goods or services which they sell and which would most likely give them the most profit. Without these external factor prices, they're basically they look. What you have is a person looking at a bunch of inventories and making a guess as to what the future demand is going to be.
Cool. So, anyways, now I feel like you already kind of conceded on the shortages and surpluses that we were talking about regarding inventory, because you admitted this is the first instance of how prices would have to change in a market system under our current mode of production anyways. So then if we just connect this back to like the central planning board, there is no contradiction. A central planning board who has multiple publicly owned firms that are selling tomatoes at X price, right? Could see a fluctuation due to a demand shock and then see like, oh, well, now we see that people are buying tomatoes at this, are wanting to buy this amount of tomatoes, and now we adjusted prices. Now they're buying more tomatoes or less tomatoes or whatever, right? You can just adjust it accordingly. This is the same description. And in fact, it's even more informed because you have the available information for all of these publicly owned firms through the central planning board rather than like some
But there's no
decentralized
competition, right?
What?
These firms aren't competing with each other, right?
No, they're not competing, no.
So then how do they know that there isn't an alternative way of using those scarce resources that could have been used in a better way if there's no person to compete with to
What is
figure
better?
that out?
What does that mean?
So for instance, if there's two business owners, right? There's a business owner and he has a monopoly on the market. There's no way for him to know whether or not he's using his resources in the best way because there's nothing that he has to compare it with. So if there's no competition in the market, again, you're basically stuck in a situation where you're not really able to innovate because you don't really know. Again, you don't have another business to show you whether or not you're doing anything in a way that could be done better. So, if there's only one business that does everything, who do they have to compare themselves to? No one. So they're less likely to innovate.
That's not how monopolies work. I mean, they don't operate like that at all.
So they do have. Who do they have themselves? Who they have to compete to compare themselves to?
Themselves.
You compare yourself to yourself.
Okay, this is actually
they literally monitor themselves, and then they raise their prices until the supply and demand is equalized.
Yeah, but the issue is how do they know that they're not making good decisions as opposed to some other alternative use that some other competitor could have been doing, but they can't see.
This is so stupid. This is so stupid. I actually despise this because
right?
sorry, Bobby.
It's
to
called the
interrupt
seen
you.
and the unseen. It's basically the
problem
idea
that I
is you
have right
can't
now
see
is we're
how it would have
talking in
been
the
had you not done
abstract
it.
A priori, we've already assumed that your worldview is correct when you're asking these questions. You're saying, how do we know there's not some better way? Oh, by better, I mean more profitable. Okay, that's fucking stupid. Oh, by profitable, I mean better. Okay, that's stupid. I don't hold that worldview.
I never said that. I never said that.
You even just begged the question and assumed that private firms are more innovative than publicly owned institutions.
Well, because they
which I know to be
they compete with each other. Well, they do compete with each other.
But I know this is factually incorrect, so I can dismiss it completely. We can
when you have two when they have two companies,
institutions and what they've innovated versus private institutions and what they've innovated. Public institutions have innovated far more than all private institutions.
That's incorrect. Not true.
Okay, cool. Give me an example of an innovation that was completely privately funded. Go ahead.
The iPhone.
Completely incorrect. Okay, so we're already lost. Now you're talking about iOS that's built upon the BSD operating system, which was publicly funded through the University of Berkeley. Okay?
Wait, the iPhone? Wait. You're talking about the OS, the operating system. The iPhone itself was created by the government? The whole iPhone?
So
all
we
of
can
its
look
parts?
at the first instant.
Individually?
Yeah, we can look at.
So that was funded by the Department of Energy, by the way. You realize Steve Jobs did not.
Yeah, I
want
think we
to
should
make the
abolish that.
iPhone,
I think we
but
should abolish
spies
that.
from the Department of Energy were at Apple that wanted it made.
Yeah, but that's crony capitalism. That's when the state That's when the state forcibly extracts wealth from innocent people to pay for private companies. I'm against that.
No. The state infiltrated Apple and made the iPhone because they wanted it.
I don't think that's how that works.
Oh, that's not the phone, that's the operating system. We can talk about the architecture too, right? The ARM architecture that is licensed by Apple for iPhones was established in semiconductor
There's two people talking at once. I can't
DARPA.
really hear what you're saying.
Okay, semiconductor research that was funded by the U.S. government in DARPA in the 70s, right, is what's responsible for the ARM architecture. That those are the processors that are licensed by Apple for iPhones, right? You look at wireless
So the
communication,
iPhone was
3G,
created by the
4G,
state.
5G.
Is that what you're saying?
Listen, I asked you for an example of innovation that was completely privately funded, and you failed to do that. That's all.
There's tons of innovations that were finally
Then
funded.
just give me one.
I mean,
say the iPhone.
Fidget spinners.
Okay, dude.
I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong?
I don't
am
know
I
anything
wrong or
about
am I
fidget
wrong?
spinners. We could look
am
at
I
it.
right or am I wrong?
Ball bearings were probably
Am I right
actually
or am I
made by,
wrong?
like,
Am I right or am I wrong?
So
show me the government program that created fidget spinners. Show me the government program. Show me the government program that created fidget spinners. I dare you. Go ahead.
Most research is government funded.
So you're admitting that I'm right. Okay, got you.
The reason is because it's incredibly risky, and in general, it's not something
because of the state
is typically willing to do.
Yeah, because of the state.
Private sector is in assembling the parts of the things that have been invented and then figuring out how to market it correctly. That's what most of the private sector does.
So you're admitting that the fidget spinner was created by private companies, right?
Ball bearings were invented in ancient Egypt, which was just absolutely
ball bearings? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Are we serious right now? So because somebody put a thing on a ball bearing, that means that the government created the fidget spinner? Is that what you're saying now? Is that how low we're going?
You weren't joking with the ball.
What are you saying?
Like IPv4 was invented by the military.
Okay.
Satellite communication.
There's tons of things that were created by the private companies.
Right? Radar was invented in Bell Labs.
Just because the government invented something using funds that they stole from another person, that doesn't mean I'm gonna, support the state all of a sudden. Taxation is theft.
Taxation is not theft.
It is theft.
Theft is a concept of property.
How is it not theft?
Because that's literally the point of the government. That's why we have police and firefighters and a judicial system and roads and all the other.
But the state violates our rights
as human beings.
The state violates our rights.
Hey, we're going to make a government.
What is rights?
The state doesn't protect our property rights. They violate our property rights.
You don't have property rights if you don't have a society.
That's not true.
Yes, right.
Yes, it is.
So if you're on an island, and then somebody tries to stab you, you would say you don't own your body.
So you don't have a right to stop
The
him?
presupposition that you have ownership over your body rather than you are body is a metaphysical one, not a materially.
So you don't believe in self-ownership?
You literally change the subject from property to body. This makes
Your
no
body
sense.
is your property.
Yeah. That is a metaphysical claim. It has nothing to do
about the buying and selling of property that gets registered with a
Wait, is your body not your property?
People? Can you sell yourself in the sense of making yourself a slave?
Well, because you
permanently?
can't sell your body because you can't give up the rights
It's your
to your
property.
body.
I can sell you my property.
Ownership is not whether or not you have the right to sell it or not sell it. Ownership is the right to control a scarce resource. Ownership and in order for
saleability,
excuse
and
me,
you know it does.
excuse me, you're not letting me
Yes,
finish.
excuse you.
You're not letting me
implies
finish.
Saleability. How does it not?
Because ownership is the right to control a scarce resource. It doesn't mean that you have the right to sell it.
How about I say, we don't have a state, I don't give a shit about your nerd encyclopedia definitions, and I stab you if you don't do what I fucking tell you to.
Okay. So basically, what you're saying is that you don't believe in right.
You're gonna break the non-aggression
Can you guys
principle,
stop? Can you guys step up? I'll just leave if you guys was gonna keep interrupting me because I'm not gonna do this. If you
I
guys,
actually have a question about the NIP.
I mean, you can, but I want it to be one at a time and respectful.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys don't believe in rights? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying right is a principle of a state, which might be in disagreement with the other two people, because I'm not really a Marxist at this point in my life.
So let's say you're on an island. You would say you don't have the right to stop someone from raping you?
There is no state. Yeah, I would say so. It's war of all against all. The only
so if you're on an
capacity for that
island,
is the
somebody
development of
does-
recognition, the master-slave dialectic. But
So
I don't
yeah,
know if you know what
gotcha.
that is.
So if somebody tries to rape you on an island, you would say, "Oh, I don't have a right to stop you. Go ahead."
How is this related to?
It's not right. It's a will. At that point, it's willpower.
But you don't have a right to stop him, right?
No,
I don't know what right. By right, are you just talking about like some virtue ethicist?
An action
conception of
that ought not be impeded.
We were.
I don't, okay, so this is just a normative claim.
Society.
Clearly,
you're just talking about
I
like
only
this
know
notion
myself.
of moral
First off,
righteousness.
how am I on an island? Did I just emerge out of the ether, or was I birthed by
It's
parents?
obviously, yeah. I guess you don't know how hypotheticals work. I guess.
No, because hypotheticals are bullshit. You cannot presuppose this because the human being already has.
Okay,
every
Mr.
other
Guy that
aspect
says it's
we're
okay
talking
for a
about.
guy to rape me if I'm on an island. Got you, no problem.
Can we just
You
hire
have no
more people to
justification
rape the
because
guy?
there is no state. You have no sense of self in that instance.
Got you. So you don't have a right not to be raped. Got you. Any other
This
questions?
is so stupid, dude. This is so stupid.
You
Okay,
don't have a right
so let's
outside of a state. That's my
Yes,
standpoint.
you do.
let's get this
Yes,
whole
you do.
thing. We're
States
actually,
don't give you.
hold on.
The state doesn't give you rights. You
Guys,
your rights are
guys.
inherent.
We're going in all different circles.
Inherited by
You're
who?
gonna
God?
You guys are going to
That's
define
not-
rights in some idiosyncratic way. We don't have to even get there, okay? We don't need this definition of rights. What I'm trying to understand is your whole conception of property, the property relation. What is it informed by? Is it informed by some empirical analysis of the human condition or something else?
It's based on the non-aggression principle. That's my whole ethical norm.
So, but is your way of understanding human social relations and economics, is that informed by some empirical analysis of the human condition or no?
It's deduce a priori through praxeology and human action.
Okay, cool. So then this is just anti-empirical analysis. So we've rejected the only ability we have to gain information about the real world in favor of something completely unrelated. And you're saying this is your basis for argumentation? Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Like our sensory experience faculties. Well, I'm just saying our sensory experience faculties are the only things that we can use to gather information about the external
You could deduce
world,
things
and
a
you're just
priori.
throwing all that away.
You could.
Okay, but you're just
I'm not throwing it
all-
away. I'm just saying you
Okay,
could
so if you're
deduce
not throwing it
economic.
away,
Wait,
let's engage
you
with
could deduce
reality.
economic concepts a priori. That's all I'm saying.
Like what?
The fact that we live in a world of scarcity. The fact that conflicts can only happen over scarce goods. The fact that,
you cannot deduce that a priori.
You can't deduce that conflicts can only happen over scarce goods.
No.
Yeah,
And
hold
what-
on.
can
How
you-
exactly do you can have an a priori conception of infinity? How is that not disjunctive with an a priori conception of finitude?
Wait, but conflicts for at least
You could deduce things a priori. I don't see, like we do deduce
You cannot
math a
come to
priori.
conclusions
You cannot
about the
deduce
real.
that
No.
scarcity. You do not know if you are in a VR game or not. You cannot prove that.
Well,
a
if you
priori.
have evidence, I mean, as far as I could tell, the world that I'm living in is true, and unless you have evidence that it is not true.
That's
then
you using your sensory experience. It's guys.
I'm not. Whoa, when did I say
Conflicts are
you
not
can't
based
use your
on
sensory
scarcity.
experience? All I'm saying
They
is that you could
haven't been that way
deduce
for a long
economic.
time.
Yeah, you're just not listening. You guys are
That's
confused.
not an a priori deduction. If you're using
Dude, you're
sensory
talking about
experience to
scarcity is not a
inform your
priori.
deduction,
Yeah, you
that's
just-
not a priori.
you're just confused.
This guy.
Yeah,
Wait,
you're
what
just
do you
confused.
think a priori means?
I said that you could deduce economic concepts a priori. I didn't say that you can never use sensory data. I never said that.
Okay, so
What?
then if you are
What does a
using
priori mean,
sensory
Pete?
experience to inform your a priori deductions about economics, that's not a priori. Do you understand?
No, it's. I'm not doing it based off of that. I'm doing it based off of praxeology.
Okay, so
And
then
human
tell
action.
me one praxeological axiom that you could come to a priori without using your sensory data.
Humans act.
Yeah, okay, this is
How do you
the
know that
thing.
humans are a priori?
Yeah. How
Well,
do you know
because
humans
because
exist?
in order to defute it, or to try to defute the whole idea that humans act, you have to act. So
How would you know if someone's acting?
because you're acting. Well, if someone's, I mean, the
Wait,
fact.
how do you demonstrate that? How do you demonstrate that?
In order to demonstrate,
Like-
the only way that you could demonstrate that humans, that you're not acting is by acting, which would contradict the whole idea that you're not acting.
Okay, this is an empirical deduction. This is not a priori.
It is deduced a priori.
No, it's not. That's literally you looking
You have to
at
presume that
sensory
you're
data.
acting. You have to presume that you're acting before you act.
No, you don't. Can you demonstrate that?
It's just in human action. It's just the fact that you're acting.
Okay, cool. It's just because, bro. All right. So
It's deduced a
if we don't have
priori.
Okay, so we don't have justification for any of these axioms, right? So
You're
we're
not.
just
Are you not
saying-
acting right now?
You have the burden of proof here. You're the one that said humans act. I
In
just
order
asked
to
you how can you justify it.
refute that humans don't act, you would have to act, which would then refute the idea.
How could
that
you know if
humans
I'm
don't
acting?
act. I know that I'm acting
How do you know?
because I'm acting right now. In order for me to
And
act,
what is the cell?
in order for me to
Hey guys,
refute,
this is the be- this is
in
the
order
best
for me
circular
to
reasoning I've
refute
ever
the whole
heard.
idea that I'm not acting is for me to act, which would then defute the whole idea
How do
that
you-
I'm not
Hey,
acting.
dude, how do you know you're acting? Because I'm acting right now. Okay, cool.
I'm here,
Wonderful.
therefore
That's
I am.
incredible.
You are the one doing the
And-
acting somehow, as if you have a transcendental apperception of self, which you have just presupposed but haven't actually demonstrated. By the way,
I'm
please
here,
refund.
I'm here, therefore I
This is,
am.
You know you don't-
this
you
is
don't know
literally
that.
the worst philosophy, the worst economics, the worst at like
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, says you,
Ancaps.
the
It's
guy
like-
who says that it's okay
You're
to
a
rape my
Marxist.
ass on an island.
That was me.
Also,
anything
you
about
guys are the
raping?
ones. Also, you
That
guys
was
are the
me.
ones that
said it
believe
was
in the
okay for anybody to
LTV,
rape
right?
anybody.
Also, you guys are the ones that believe in the LTV, not me. Okay.
You don't even know what LTV is. You don't
The
even
labor theory
know.
of value.
You're the
What
one
is
who
it?
just said that you can a priori determine scarcity when that is impossible.
No, I did not say that. I said that
Yes, you did.
you can a priori deduce that conflicts can only arise through scarcity from
No,
scarce
you
objects.
cannot. That's just some crazy
Second of all-
assertion.
Okay, I mean
Not what
that's fine.
conflicts have arisen.
You didn't
Okay,
say
what's
that first of all.
P1? What's the inference rule? Give me the inference rule here.
All right.
What?
Good shit. Sorry if you got any of that shit on you. Lab Rat did, and I gotta say, that did not look fun. Anyway, get flom, bitches.
Shit, my damn pants! Motherfucker!
Hear me out. If you did this, there's an incentive to actually take care of this now, because now it's yours. You want to preserve the value of it. Maybe you're using it to fish. You don't want all the fish to die, right?
Okay, so what happens? What
probably
happens? You
actually shouldn't
homestead.
have all the
Well,
fish
can
die.
I? Okay, but what happens? You homestead a piece of the ocean, some portion, some section of the ocean, and then all of the fish that somehow find their way from another neighboring property into your property, is that now your property, that fish, or do they violate the non-aggression principle because this other person's fish made it into your section?
Aggression principle. And a non-human animal cannot violate the non-aggression principle.
Okay, so a non-human animal can't. So even if it's part of your property, so if I go ahead, right? So if I go ahead and have like my self-driving car.
Yeah, I was gonna see if they were having any useful arguments, but they weren't.
See ya. Good to see you. How can I help you?
Oh, hey.
There's a reason why
Hello.
those people got dominated by the Aryans.
Okay, so sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. That was I interrupting you? Sorry.
No, we were talking about like incel, no, just that.
I was just gonna ask a question if that was all right. So we were having a debate about like Oscar Lang's model of the in terms of like his economic calculation model. And they were calling me crazy because I said that they didn't have any external factor price business in that area didn't have any external factor prices, which allowed them to make decisions like outside of their business. Because like even if you have a Walmart that has like plans internally, they still make their assumptions on how to price things based off of external factor pricing. And the guy acted like what I said was like the most craziest thing ever. But I'm right though.
Are you streaming GTA 5 right now?
Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah. No, I'm just like kind of because I've seen your channel a few times in like the comment sections. I've also saw you debate discuss stuff with Mr. Kai, but I haven't watched those, but I've saw the videos.
Oh, I like Mr. Kai. That's my guy, man. Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Mr. Kai?
He's another YouTuber, Ancap guy. He's pretty cool.
Okay, cool. Right. But no,
It's going back to the question.
I guess it wasn't much of a question. I guess you're right. I guess it was just more of me. My question is like, do you guys think I'm right? Or
You wanted affirmation.
Yeah.
Well, I think so. I mean, if I recall correctly, Oscar Lang, he was talking about how like, you could, impose factor prices through the state and then redistribute the profits or something. But I'm not too educated on him. I mean, Austrians have made critiques of him, and stuff like that. I mean, if you want a more in-depth view of the economic calculation problem, Peter Bork wrote the book about it. Like,
I made a YouTube video about it.
I mean, Peter Bork, he made like a very advanced version or advanced book about the economic calculation problem, where he goes into his own theories, which is why he's often like, the economic calculation problem, it was first theorized by Friedrich Wieser, who just talked about, I forgot what he talked about specifically, but I think he just talked about prices in general. I forgot now. I would have to go back into the book because I kind of forgot that part. And then, Ludwig von Mises developed the theory, he created it in Hull. And then, Peter Borker, he has his own theory, and, like, it's said that Peter Bork's theory is by far, like, the best one, most advanced version. So you could probably check him out.
Yeah, I'll definitely got to check it out. I just got done reading Economic Calculation in a Socialist Commonwealth. Another argument that I made was that essentially that without private property and the means of production, the prices that are given aren't actual based on what people actually want. And then they basically made the argument that what they did is the idea is that they look at inputs and outputs, and then they try to make supply meet the demand through inputs and outputs. By looking at whether or not, essentially by looking at whether or not something is sold or not. So if like something is sold a lot, well then they know to create that more. But then my argument is just like, well, maybe at the moment, like, you might look at your inventory and make a decision there, but how do you forecast like future developments in the market without prices? So like,
well, no, but the issue there, it's the economic calculation problem. It's not really to do with what's the word? Just regular goods, right? It's to do is to do with like actual it's to do with actual capital. Yeah, had to do with actual capital and all of that stuff. So yes, you can maybe you can gauge. Oh yes, people might buy this more, buy that more, right? But you don't know specifically like what it should be made out of, or how it should be made. Right, or all of that stuff, because maybe right, like people would still buy the plastic version of it, right? And you can and the aluminium can go to someone that's value productive, right? So it is so yeah, that's what we're explicitly dealing with. The economic calculation problem. We are dealing with capital goods here, not just regular goods. If that makes sense.
so even if you were to sell out a whole or not sell out a whole thing, and then based on that information, you could tell whether or not people want it or don't want it. You can't really tell whether or not a different combination of that good would make more profit than would be otherwise. Because you have nothing to compare yourself to, because you're the only seller in the market, essentially.
Yes, essentially.
That's another argument that I made, because without competition, I made like the argument that without competition, you have nothing to really compare yourself to, so then you don't really know whether or not you're doing the best job.
Mm-hmm.
And they acted like I was like the most crazy, and then they said, "Oh, name me one thing that was created by the private market that was that benefited humanity." And I said the iPhone, and then they said, "Oh, well, the software from the iPhone was created by the government, so therefore." And I was like, "Bro." So the iPhone, I guess, was made by the government, apparently.
Yeah, apparently. Like the software.
I kind of agree, actually. Like, as stupid as it sounds, I kind of agree that the iPhone is a product of the state. It's not really like a product of the free market, in my opinion.
Well, it's subject to patent law, but the thing is with the smartphone market is that it's a very diverse place, right? And you're only dealing with issues if it's like an exact replica, right? Because if you're just going like making like random
and then I set up fidget spinner.
Very diverse. Like phones are very diverse. They run on all different kinds of software. They run on all different kinds of things. So yes, right, you might have like with the iPhones, right?
Like they are essentially helped by a state monopoly, right, because of patent law, right? But they are still competing on a free market, right? Right.
Yeah. I agree
They
that
also
are.
disagreed with the action axiom, which was essentially I said that you could deduce a priori that the action axiom is true, and I basically made the argument that in order to refute the action axiom, you have to act, which would refute the whole idea that you're trying to refute it because you're acting, and refuting it, you're presupposing it. So I said that you're.
Is this like argumentation?
No, it's just the action.
It's not one for one, but this is Mises' argument.
Yeah, well, this is just the big essentials of praxeology, where it's essentially you have the action axioms and people act, and then you move up from there, the praxeological stance. So they told me is it possible for me to do something a priori, and I was like, well, you can deduce that, the action axiom is true, a priori, and and what I said is like the reason why it's true a priori is because in order to refute it, you have to act, which then kind of contradicts the refutation.
Yeah, but so how did they refute it? What were they saying?
They said that I was
Windows
crazy.
had Pocket PC years earlier, but it never caught on at that time.
I'm sure they thought of something. Is that it?
Pretty much. I can't even really remember the argument. That basically that what I said was bullshit.
Right. Well,
so at that point, I realized I was like, it wasn't really worth talking to them, and then I left.
Yeah. But if you talk to a friend, right? And I remember I was talking to a friend who was more who's more inclined to be a socialist or whatever, not like a proper socialist, but he believed in like a state-funded healthcare and all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I was talking about, well, like, look at it like this, right? If we had a proper free market, serving the demands of people, right? Destroying doctors' unions, right? Destroying patent law, right? Getting rid of all of these regulations, stopping people from entering the market. All of these things would make healthcare infinitely cheaper and better than anything that you perceive as the quote unquote private American or the privatized American system, or the socialized Australian or European systems. And he was like, yeah, no, that kind of does make sense, right?
Yeah.
So,
100%.
But it's when you go into and when you're versing someone called Dark Karl Marx, like this one is like that person would be so I don't know, indoctrinated into their own doctrine, right? And all of that stuff, and to a similar extent we are, right? But the difference is that we're right.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but these people are so indoctrinated, so whatever, and they view you as a genuine because you want to own property, or is because you want to own something that they wouldn't consider as valid property, or whatever, right, and so. Right, and so you baffled them with something with an argument it's a very simple argument. It's basically the performative contradiction of like arguing against action. Right?
KingSithis is now live streaming Grand Theft Auto 5 debate Ancaps.
Now I understand that you don't really understand or like you haven't really looked into it a lot, right? But this way, because when you were in that debate before with the IP socialist, the objectivist, like, and he was basically astounding his theory of property, and then and it was just going in circles, right? Now, how you should have pivoted there was that you should have just gone to why my theory of property is just better and real, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you are essentially in performative contradiction
right? For when you're arguing, because when you argue, you are subscribing to the set of to my property norms that I put out, right? You are in form of contradiction, right? So, I would recommend you to look into argumentation ethics. So Hopper has his lecture on it.
I would like to ask you a question about like argumentation ethics.
Sure.
What epistemology do you justify argumentation ethics with? Because like I don't really get it either. But I would just want to ask because like I've heard some people who say that like one of the original premise of argumentation ethics is the consensus theory of truth that originated from Papa's mentor, who is Jürgen Habermas.
Mm-hmm.
If you know that.
Yeah. No, I can answer this question. So the so Hopper develops his own epistemology. That is mainly inspired by not Habermas, but by Habermas's close friend, Karl Otto Appel, which is transcendental pragmatism, right? Which I plan to read on more about in the coming months. So, Hopper basically bases, I guess, knowledge and all of that stuff in argumentation, right? Because the rationalists have been plagued by where it's just an infinite scope of rationalizing, right? It's like, oh, how do you base this premise? How do you base that premise? How do you base that premise? So and it's an infinite downward spiral, right? But where he bases the ultimate premise, right, for Hopper, right, is argumentation, because you cannot deny argumentation.
Oh, taxation isn't part of the server, it seems.
Oh no, he joined.
Oh, he just joined. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, you've been talking about this whole time.
What's up, taxation?
Right.
Woke up.
So if you want to learn more, if you want to learn more about Hopper's epistemology, read Economic Science and the Austrian Method, where he basically details it out there.
Yeah, I mean, like, because there are several versions of like consensus theory of truth. I guess I think there's like the non-libertarian version of it, and there's also like the version that came from Habermas. Now, I don't know if like Hopper's version is like exactly the same as Habermas, but what's quite obvious is that he took a lot of inspiration from him.
Well, it's some inspiration, but he took more inspiration from Appel, who's more transcendentally, who's more transcendental in his arguments, right? Now I plan to read more Appel, so I can probably argue more articulately about this, but this is from what I know from talking to people who know Hopper, and from listening to Hopper himself. But he mentions that I'm paraphrasing here, that yes, I took from discourse ethics, which was developed by Jürgen Habermas, but primarily or somewhat like that, Karl Otto Appel.
Right.
So it's a very but it's a very interesting topic.
That's actually like a very satisfying answer, because like when I talked with a lot of other Hoppians, when I like questioned something about like argumentation ethics, and then I questioned the epistemology that came from like about like Hopper taking inspirations from like Habermas and Karl Otto Appel, and a lot of like Hoppians apparently like aren't really too aware of that side, the argumentation ethics.
Yeah, they're not. A lot of Hoppians that I see are quote unquote anarcho-objective.
Yeah.
And from talking to them,
they seem to accept everything that they don't think is a schizophrenic Kantian bubble from Hopper, right? But Hopper's arguments are very Kantian, very continental, very pragmatic, right? There's no way of escaping. Argumentation ethics is an extension of Kantian philosophy, and to accept argumentation ethics, you have to accept like wider Kantian philosophical like the premises and all of that stuff, right? So and they're caught in this weird contradiction where they have some like weird Randian like metaphysics and ethics, right? But this directly is at odds with the ethics, and that being posited by Hopper, right? Because discourse, like it has lots of it presupposes lots of different ethics, right? Not just the nap or like certain things that include the nap, right? It presupposes equal participation. It presupposes the truth. It presupposes just being just a nice person in general, right? Not to get too deep into it, right? But this inherently goes against the egoist ethic of one's life value is one's life is where value comes from, right? And so altruism is inherently wrong, right? Because altruism is self-sacrifice, and that is I guess kind of damaging your objective value.
Is it possible to be altruistic though?
I don't think it is. I believe in
I was gonna say the same thing.
Yeah, I think ego
that
is
kind of misses the
descriptive.
point, though.
No, I know.
Like,
I was just saying.
You can, yeah, like the point is that even though it's technically all action is selfish, that doesn't mean that all selfish action has to be, or can't be, done for other people. It can, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Or can't be done for other people. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
So you're maybe sorry, I was just gonna say you may be like profiting, but you're profiting from helping another person, but it may be just a psychological profit as opposed to like a financial profit.
Well, it's more about you're doing an end, and the reason why you're doing that end is because you believe in that value, and that value itself is selfish. Not that the pursuit of that action or doing altruism is selfish, but rather it's based on a value that is, selfish, I guess.
Yeah. So that's why I say I think egoism is descriptive, not prescriptive.
So like
the end being served, the end.
Is it like Ayn Rand rational egoism, or is it the Max Stirner?
Yeah, rational ego. Yeah.
Okay.
About rational. At least with Rand, she acknowledges an objective ethic that man ought abide by.
You guys don't think I'm stupid, do you?
I don't know. I don't really watch your channel, to be honest.
I don't think you're stupid. You're just some of your arguments at times are just a little outdated.
I need to get updated.
Yes, and that's that's very common for Ancaps. I think that's very common for any technology. Because when you're when you're kind of new to it, you start with where it starts, right? So you start with Rothbard, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like, what happens, right, is that ideologies evolve, new arguments come up, right, and like to make Rothbard's arguments a lot better, right?
Yeah.
So
So what I notice is that you're stuck on a lot of the on the older Rothbard stuff.
Yeah.
And now I maintain Rothbard is very good. Rothbard is extremely good in economics, so you'll probably find sticking with his arguments in economics, right? But when you're talking on ethical philosophy, right? You'd probably want to deviate to Hopper or Kinsella.
Mm-hmm. I like Kinsella personally.
Yes,
I like better than
like
him.
Kinsella.
I like him better than Hopper personally.
Why is that?
I think
he's
his
more
arguments are easier to
he's
understand. Well, yeah, that too. I think he's cooler, and I think that his arguments are easier to understand.
I said cuter.
Cuter, yes.
I thought you said cooler.
Yeah, no.
I mean, he does Mog, but I'm not gonna lie.
He does Mog, as I pointed out. So,
what is Mog? What is Mog?
It's basically like when you look a lot better than another person. So basically, like if you're a good-looking person and you stand next to a person that's not really that good-looking, you're mogging them. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's when you stand out.
So like if I stand next to anybody, I'm mogging them.
Basically, you're just so good looking.
You have to look better than them.
You're just so good looking that every other person just gets mogged.
Anyone knows
If somebody like me or Delphine. Now, what if I stand next to Belle Delphine? Would we cancel out Mog?
No, I think Bella Delphine would win on that one because I'm not a homosexual.
Also, like, nobody knows where the word mug came from, but because like I had a history, I had like a presence in like the incel forum, so like the word mug came from a mug, which meant alpha male of the group, right? So it used to be a mug, like there used to be an A before the M, and then they start shortening it to mog. So like if you're talking about like Belle Delphine, who is a female. I think
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying because he's a man. It fits the description better.
So Belle Delphine is a fogger, not a mogger.
I see.
You know?
Yeah. So
Right,
it fits the description better.
Yes. Thank you for your insight there.
Very good insight.
But to go back to Kinsella. Kinsella's a very good communicator. He's a very good writer. I disagree with Kinsella about ethics. It's a particular. He believes that the NAP is a meta ethic. It's more of a general guide to existence rather than like a hard ethic. And so he believes that something can break the NAP and be ethical at the same time. So he views it as a subset.
Interesting.
But I
he also said that teenagers or kids could smoke cigarettes. I'm pretty sure he said that. Somebody told me that he said that.
I mean, maybe. All right. So
I hope he did. I'd be concerned.
Yes.
Didn't.
Yeah. So
You'd be concerned if he didn't. I don't think kids should smoke cigarettes.
Yeah, and so and with that, I think he's falling.
I started smoking when I was older.
Okay. So with Kinsella, I think he's full because Kinsella describes himself as an objectivist or like a neo-objectivist.
Yeah.
So he kind of subscribes to like a lot of that stuff. Then I kind of discuss my issues with kind of subscribing to like the Hoppian ethic and worldview, right? To the objectivist ethic. But no, Kinsella's a very good communicator, and I really like.
If they,
nonetheless, with my disagreements.
If they understand the risk,
What's your
risks and
favorite-
choose to smoke anyway.
What's a good book I should read by Hoppe? Other than, I've read A Theory of Socialism and Communism.
Short history, man.
Or capitalist. Sorry, capitalism,
yeah,
socialism,
Socialism and Capitalism. Then I've read Democracy of the God That Failed, and I also read Defense of Private Defense or something like that, or The Case for Private Defense or something like that.
The production of
defense. Yeah, there you go.
I've read 2 of those.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
all right. Should ask anyone an easy hopper book is a short history of man. It's a lot of fun and it's easy.
Yeah. So with Hopper's like magnum opus is like a theory of socialism and capitalism. So that's like his main work there. But if you want to learn, I guess, more about like the epistemology and its ethics, you want to go to like the Economics and Ethics of Private Property, which is just a collection of essays, and economic science and the Austrian method.
We should make our own podcast.
Yeah, and you know, I've been meaning to rape this. I got sent this by someone who works at Mises. I'll send this to you. And this is an overview. Alright, even Sithis, of basically Popper's philosophy. And I'm gonna get to it eventually. I've just been busy. Just give me a second. Let me send it to you.
Once you guys get ChatGPT to say that argumentation is right or ethics is right, I'll believe you.
Well, I've gotten Grok to say it.
I'll bet.
Yeah.
Then I'll believe it.
Well,
thank you.
Here, let me. Yeah.
What if
I just sent
what if I got ChatGPT? What if I got ChatGPT to say that argumentation ethics are sexy?
What do you think about argumentation ethics, Tax?
I think it's reasonable.
I feel like it makes sense, but there's arguments that people make against it that I don't understand. So I feel like I don't want to say. And I don't think I could. Huh?
Do you expect argumentation ethics?
Say that again.
Well, do you yourself?
I understand the
accept
basics.
argumentation? Oh, okay.
I understand the basics.
Sorry.
I feel, but I don't know if it's true. If it's 100% true, like, not that I think you're wrong, or any of you guys are wrong. I just don't know if it's right. So, like, there's some people that make arguments against it that I don't know how to respond to. Right? Like the whole one, like with sleep. Yeah. I don't know how to respond to that.
Sleep?
Sleep. Like the argumentation.
What's the sleep thing?
So basically, like, if you're making an argument from argument, or I forgot, man, it's been a long time, but it's been a while.
I'll send you Hopper's lecture on it. He pretty much like covers like all of the criticism.
But I know the basics, like, you know, that essentially when you argue, you're using your body. When you're using your body, you're basically are agreeing with self-ownership. And then when you communicate with somebody, you're arguing with them. You're trying to get to the truth of a matter. So then in that, you're kind of recognizing that person's self-ownership.
Right.
And then, sorry, did I say something? Go ahead.
No, you're fine. But I was just going to say that the most common argument that I hear is that you can get like a third party to, I guess, kind of argue for you. This is what like Anthony like says, right?
Yeah.
I think he's dead. But that's basically. But
what did they say?
That you think that argumentation can be bypassed by getting a third party to argue for you.
Yeah.
Right. But my response to that is that if you get a third party to argue for you,
and like that they don't, and they're not necessarily like agree with that. Like, that's not exactly an argument. You're more like just describing someone else's beliefs.
I've heard this
And that's
argument,
not
and
like
I've
an
given
argument.
this argument to Liquid Zulu, and his Zulu argument was essentially that if somebody's arguing for you, they're arguing on behalf of you, which means that you're just using them to argue, which is essentially that you're arguing.
I mean, yeah, that sounds correct, but
Well, I think I don't know if that's 100% what he said, but he says something like that.
No, that sounds right. But my defense would be that that you're not exactly arguing if you're getting someone to do it. That's not an argument. You're more like if I'm describing Marxism, I'm not arguing for it, am I? Right? I'm just describing what Marx believed, like the surplus value and all of that stuff. Right? Right. I'm not arguing for it, and it'd be the same if someone would to describe their beliefs, right? When they would be in form of contradiction when describing their beliefs to the third party, right? But then the third party could be like, okay, well, let me just tell I don't know, I read this book somewhere, and they argue this, and I'm not and I'm not saying whether it's true or not. I'm just positing it out there, right? That's not an argument. That's like it's like a description. You're not putting forward a truth claim. Well, you're putting forward a truth claim in a sentence, right? You're putting a truth claim that that this person believes this, right? But the truth claim isn't on the substance of what you're saying.
Well, that's what I generally do when people ask me, like, if I believe in moral realism. I say I'm not sure, but there are more realist Ancaps.
Hey man, love your stream. Let's game
Liquid
together
Zulu,
sometimes
and then they
share tips
argue.
at me on
They
Discord.
use argumentation ethics to argue it for it. Like, that's what I normally tell people.
Well, yeah, well, I would say, yeah, well, moral realism is much easier to grapple than argumentation ethics. Because
yeah. But I always just say I'm not a moral realist. I would just say I just believe in the NAP. I just support the NAP, and I use it consistently in every situation.
Yeah, well, the simple argument is, right. So when you're opposing, when you're saying that there are no moral norms, right? What is that?
Well, in the sense that I don't think it's objectively true. Like, I don't know if it's objectively true.
But no. Think of the framework. So someone posits to you that there are no objective moral norms.
Mm-hmm.
What is he proposing?
He's proposing that even if he proposed a norm himself, it wouldn't necessarily be true, and it's based on our whims.
No, okay. He is in that statement. He is proposing a moral. He is proposing a universal norm, a universal moral norm. Right, by saying, right, there are no moral norms out there. That is a moral norm itself, right? Thus, he is in contradiction, right? This is going back to Jürgen Habermas. This is his big insight. This is how he basically debunked postmodernism. That I don't know how to pronounce your name, Mr. Pacific.
Sithis?
Just call me Pacific.
Pacific.
Fisherman.
But going back to Jürgen Habermas, that was basically his big insight. It's the form of contradiction, right? And by saying, right, that there are no true values, or that there are no moral values, or that there are no norms, or all of that stuff, you're contradicting yourself, because you are proposing a norm. You are proposing a truth value. You are proposing an ethical norm. Right?
Well,
does that make sense?
it makes sense, but hear me out. Maybe so what if you're proposing a norm but you don't know if it's true?
Yeah. Well, that's. I would say that's outside the realm of, I guess, argumentation.
So, like,
give me
if
an
I could
example.
say, could it be true that aliens are real? I'm making a proposition while also saying I don't really know.
Oh, okay. Well, there's no. I don't see any. There's nothing inherently contradictory about that. But no, but I see what you're saying. You're not in contradiction. That if moral realism is correct, I don't think you're in contradiction. Right? I was just detailing to you an argument to why moral realism is correct.
Yeah, I know. I was just testing.
Yeah,
That was just
does
my
that make
first
sense?
question. So, because I'm saying moral realism, we don't have any moral norms that we know to be true. That is a ethical norm that I'm basically putting in place, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
But
you're basically,
could you say that I'm maybe proposing a norm, but I could say that I may be proposing it, but I'm not saying I know it's true.
I mean, that would be a different proposition, and it's going, hey, like that maybe moral norms don't exist, and then I would explain to you why that's false, right? Because to propose as such, but you wouldn't be. I don't. The person asking that question, because it's a question fundamentally. It's not an argument,
Mm-hmm.
right? You can't really you can't really propose a question can't be a truth claim.
Yeah.
You answer a question with a truth claim. If that makes sense.
I would also like to ask something. I've seen like on other servers, there are some like Ancaps who are like they want to accept argumentation ethics, but they reject consensus theory of truth. So what they end up doing is that they try to like reformulate another version. They're like creating their own version of argumentation ethics, but instead of using consensus theory of truth, they are using the correspondence theory of truth. Now, what like do you think it's possible for it to work with like correspondence theory of truth? Because like honestly, I myself don't really understand correspondence theory of truth because I haven't really read much about it either.
I think I think I would disagree with the consensus theory of truth.
Which one?
I would disagree with the consensus theory of truth. I think it's
I think we should make a podcast, guys.
yeah. I need to read more about it. But on its face, I think I would disagree with it.
But
everyone has a podcast nowadays. Too many podcasts.
Yeah, but there isn't
It's
an
not
ANCAP
enough.
podcast.
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
Wait. So it's like so you agree with argumentation ethics, but you disagree with consensus theory of truth.
Right. Yeah. I think. Yeah, because I don't think consensus makes truth. Yeah. Again, I need to read into this.
Okay.
But
because like I've when I talk to people who are against argumentation ethics, they attack the epistemology, which is like of course the consensus theory of truth, and they claim that like argumentation ethics is like inherent with that epistemology. Like if that epistemology is false, then that means like argumentation ethics is false. Now you disagree with that entailment.
Yeah, no, I think I think like Hopper is making a more transcendental claim. That I said is more inspired by Apple than it is by than Habermas. That's where he's drawing his epistemology from. There are some similarities between and like with discourse ethics and all of that stuff. Fundamentally, Habermas and Apple have different groundings, right? And so I'm pretty sure I would disagree with Habermas something more transcendental, like apples, right? Which is I'm pretty sure what Hopper does, right?
Yes.
But I need to read more about it. So yeah, is that
Release the
satisfactory?
Epstein files.
Yeah. I don't know why some people are like, they disagree with consensus theory of truth, but their solution instead is to rely on another theory of truth, which is the correspondence theory of truth. Like I don't know why they're doing that as well.
Yeah, I know. I need to look. I'm not the most educated on the topic, admittedly, so I need to.
Okay.
So I need so yeah, no, I'd probably need to be more immersed in apples.
Well, that was actually like a very satisfying answer. Actually, thank you.
Okay, but yeah, but but I know enough to kind of get a lot of the specifics. So I'd have issues with. So yeah. But no, I plan on writing my own paper, and it's basically one day it's basically the a priori of hierarchy, and it's basically saying that to argue it's to posit a truth claim that you necessarily think is more correct than your opponent or your opponents. Right. So essentially making a hierarchy of knowledge, or what I'd like to call a epistemic hierarchy. Right. And this in turn creates a social hierarchy between you and your opponent or opponents. Making it making it so that you think you are in a more superior, right? Because you think you're right, and vice versa, right? And I think the implications of this make egalitarian philosophies like ones that Appel and Habermas would argue for, because they are Marxists fundamentally, but they are good philosophers.
Wait, Karl Otto Appel was also a Marxist. I thought it was just Habermas.
I'm pretty sure Appel. Well, he's. Let me see. I might be wrong here. I know Apple is a leftist for sure though.
Oh, he is a leftist. Okay.
Yeah, he is a leftist. Maybe I was being a bit out there with Marxist, wrong kind of leftist, but he is a leftist, right? And I think this my idea basically kind of bridges the Hoppian view, right? And which is very right wing in nature, and basically the Apple's and Habermas's view, pretty much with like discourse and all of that stuff. But yeah, and this is why so I have more resources on the matter to draw from and then write it down.
Yeah, Hopper was like the only right-wing student in like the entire classroom. Like the entire classroom was, except for Hop.
Yeah. Well, you might be right. So that he claimed that he had culturally conservative professors, right? And so because he was at the Frankfurt School, they were very left wing. So like you just have girls showing up with no t-shirts and all of that stuff, and you see like the more culturally conservative professors, even though they were like socialists, they would be like, "What the frick is happening here?" So it's so but yes, he came from the Frankfurt School, right? That's his tradition, which is traditionally leftist. But because he read Mises, and he was so impressed by the his Mises' a priori methodology, that's basically what convinced him to be to believe in capitalism. He said he read Human Action in like 2 days, which is crazy. It's a massive book.
What is your plan? Like, you said that you disagree with like consensus theory of truth. Now we don't know if that is like we don't know if consensus theory of truth is actually correct or not. But let's say that it's not correct, and what do you plan to do then? Now that consensus theory of truth is wrong.
Well, I would probably
Do
try.
we still believe in
Well,
argumentation ethics?
I would suspect so. I don't see why the consensus theory of truth is so it's so intertwined with it, right? Because like it's basically saying like that truth comes from consensus, right? But what Hopper does, right, is that Hopper has a realist epistemology, right? So he basically, I would suspect that Hopper would also reject that as well, and I would use in favor of Hopper's epistemology, that basically that argumentation is like the base, is the base axiom, it's the base a priori, and then just build off of that.
Yeah, because I've met people who say that, oh, it's like really intertwined with like argumentation ethics, but I've also met other people who's like, oh no, it's like not intertwined. So like you can reject consensus theory of truth and still accept argumentation ethics. So I also want to read more about that.
Yeah. KingSithis, any thoughts? No? Yeah. But yeah, no, it's certainly an interesting subject. So what are your thoughts, Mr. Pacific?
Honestly, I still don't know. You know, like I'm actually like neutral on a lot of stuff. Like, I'm not even sure about like calling myself a libertarian in the first place. So, but I just
Join
know a lot about
us.
like libertarian.
No. It's okay. If he's not sure, that's.
No, that's fine.
I'd say I like the humility there, because like you see a lot of the time is that you have people who don't understand libertarian principles or values or ethics, philosophy, and then they come in with just very weak arguments, right? Undercooked, underbaked arguments, and I appreciate that you're actually trying to spend time to actually fully understand what's being proposed to you before you're officially yourself.
Yeah, I cannot really say much about argumentation ethics. But
It's more than you can say about most people.
One complaint that I have is like a lot of people who claim to understand argumentation ethics surprisingly do not know about like its origins from like Habermas and Apple,
Mm-hmm.
and that kind of annoys me.
Yeah, well, that's because they come from a
Objectivist.
they come from an objectivist group, and so they view a lot of it as basically comic gobbledygook. When in reality, a lot of it's good stuff. And then, so where was I going with this? Right, and because I don't know, like I like Liquid Zulu. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a good guy. I've spoken to him before. KingSithis has met him, but like I don't know. I think it's very strange how the objectivist philosophy, like, basically surrounds themselves by like these personality cults of personality, right? So how do we find Rand? And like something similar is happening with Liquid Zulu, right? And I get a lot of it's like memes, like the Zel Zulu. Like if you look at my badges, like the Zel Zulu, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, Zel Zulu, right? But a lot of people there are not being. I'm like.
They worship Zulu.
Yeah, they worship Zulu, right? And I view that as unhealthy.
I think Zulu's cool, and I look to him as a mentor. You know what I'm saying? But like I look at Stefan Kinsella and Hapa. Like I look at all these people, and even you guys sometimes. You know, you guys teach me stuff. So, you know, you guys are like my mentors, basically. Like you guys teach me shit.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
But Zulu is smart, and I like Zulu.
Mm-hmm.
But he's going off the deep end when he's going for argumentation. But when he's trying to meld basically argumentation ethic and it's objectivism. Epistemology. Yeah, and objectivism in general. It just seems I don't know. Like I mean, I think he could argue, I think, effectively that maybe that like since like objectivisms for like capitalism and individualism and all of that stuff, right? That there is a contradiction, and he does say this, right? With within objectivism, right? So like it's like there's like room for anarchy there, right? But his overall justification is inconsistent with that, I believe.
Never trust the state.
Never trust the state.
Yeah. I liked his newest video on Dave Smith. Definitely ripped a.
Oh yes, that
was
was
a recreation of Truth Nuke.
Yes, as J. Rick said.
Yeah, that was really. He really went on in on him for like what 3 hours, dude. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Made a lot of good points.
Yeah.
You know, the main point that I thought was really good was the being third. I like the idea of having a libertarian party be sort of a third party that sways votes. We'll say we're not going to vote for you unless you give us concessions, and then that sort of pushes the parties to do things that are more libertarian.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. A lot of people, like I spoke to Josh. You've guys spoken to him, and he does a lot of stuff within the Libertarian Party and the Students for Liberty and all of that stuff. And he was basically saying that, you know, a political party is there to win, right? It's not, you know, it loses its purpose if you're just trying to get concessions out of the other two parties. But like, I mean that would be fair if you were in a parliamentary system like myself. I live in a parliamentary system. We have our own. I guess it's. I guess our votes aren't as important. I guess because it's we have a preferential voting system, so vote from like 1 to how many parties you have, so like 1 to 10 on what you prefer. And so like, a lot of the time, right, even if like it sometimes works out that like sometimes the second or third preference gets in, right? Like the most like first preference votes or whatever, right? Well, I don't know if I'm explaining myself properly, right? But it's very because it's very I don't know, it's a very strange system that we have. Though I think it's probably more it's probably I probably prefer it to first party, which is what like most other people have. Because it has it so like you can vote for your libertarian like party number 1, right? But then you can put the Liberal Party, which is our right-wing party, at number 2, right? And so like if the Libertarian Party doesn't go in, your vote goes towards the Liberal Party, right? And that's like the less worse option, between the two major parties. So it's in a sense, right, that parties that they're essentially competing for preference, right? And so I guess you could get concession way, but I don't think the movement's big enough in Australia to swing elections like that. So I am fine that there are lots of.
I mean, we
Australian
got they got what's his name out of prison. That's good, right?
Ross Ulrich in America, yeah, that's good. Yeah, and yeah, that's good, I guess. But yeah, but no, there are lots of Australian like and good libertarians on the online. I've just never met any in person, but I assume they're all centered around Sydney.
The only Ancaps I've ever met in real life are the ones I've met at Yalcon, and that was Tax and Zulu and all the other Ancaps that were there.
Damn.
I've never met another Ancap in real life.
Is there like a Yalcon every year?
Yeah.
Let me see. What does YAL stand for?
Young Americans for Liberty.
Ah, okay. Are you a young American for liberty?
I'm not sure I'm young anymore, man. I'm fucking almost 30.
I'm still young.
How old are you guys?
I'm
28.
19.
Oh, you're actually younger than me. I didn't know that.
How old are you, Mr. Pacific?
I'm 22.
Damn.
Got some young
Do I sound
Ancaps.
like I haven't?
You sound like our age, which is 22 is essentially our age. So, well, by our age, I mean not. I mean, I don't know. I think we all sound relatively same age. I don't know. Friggin' Sithis thought I was older than him.
Yeah.
Crazy. Anyway.
Fucking government, man.
The government. Why are you gonna be just a
Well, you just got to be a bad government.
At least the government's consistent. I was like, yeah, consistently bad.
Yeah. What a guy. Oh, you're still on GTA, my guy.
Yeah, I'm playing.
What are you going to do for 1,000? Yeah. What are you going to do for 1,000 subs? You know, you're 70. You're 69 off.
Maybe I'll release my fucking legalized drugs video finally.
How long is it?
I keep adding to it. And it's about 22 minutes long now in terms of like my voice.
Mm. Damn, you should.
And then
edit
on
off.
top of that, I have to add more like clips and stuff like that, which is going to make it more longer. So this is probably going to be like my longest video yet, but man, do I go super deep.
Man, do you go super deep? KingSithis, the former drama YouTuber, my guy.
Yeah.
My guy. I want to see the former drama content because I love YouTuber drama.
I think I still have them in my computer. I'm gonna have to send it to you, but
I want to see DJ. You're in a DJ Killer Keemstar. All right.
I wasn't like that. I wasn't like that. I would just. I kind of just commented on what was going on in like certain situations. Like I was talking.
Like
I made a video about like Jack Doherty being an asshole. I made a video about Sniper Wolf. I made a video about Mr. Beast. I actually have one of my older videos up. Is it wrong to profit from helping people? And it was about Mr. Beast.
Here you go. Is this about the doggo stuff?
So basically, he went to Africa, and a lot of people were angry that he was profiting from helping people.
Okay, cool. Oh, you have your little snowball there. What is that intro? Do you know,
Hey, yo, what
do
up,
you remember the
bitches?
intro? Yeah.
Yo, what up, bitches? Sithis here.
So what? All of your videos like this?
Hey, yo, what up, bitches? Yeah, that pretty much.
Damn. Okay, maybe I wasn't missing.
But you could tell, like, I wasn't an ANCAP at this time, but when you watch this video, you could kind of tell I'm libertarian. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not just like looking at anarcho-capitalism only because, like, I think when normies come to libertarianism, they think that anarcho-capitalism is like the only form of like libertarianism. But I've seen the other types of libertarians, like, you know, I'm also in a few left libertarian servers. I'm also in like the center libertarian servers and some of the non ANCAP right libertarian servers as well. There's definitely like a lot of diversity as well. Now you might disagree with like a lot of
Got
them.
the minarchists.
The minarchists. I don't know if like minarchists are like,
type of minarchist, though. Because like there's some tolerable. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's fine.
No, you're not.
What did you say?
Okay. I was gonna say, but you know, it depends what type of minarchist. Some minarchists are cool. Some of them are like really weird. Like the minarchists I really dislike are like the right wing conservative minarchists because they like usually support Trump and like you know. They can't really imagine, and they always imagine libertarianism through the lens of the Constitution, which is really stupid. But the minarchists, I find that aren't too bad. Are usually more the classical liberal caucus people. That's the hot take. but a lot of the people there are like really nice to me. And they're usually more open to anarchism from when I debated them.
Yeah. Well, see, I think, libertarianism has to be the non-aggression principle is what defines libertarianism, right? And so, what? And so, I don't think
specific to Ancaps.
Yeah,
Like,
no. Yeah, let me finish. Right. So now I think consistent application of the non-aggression principle is anarcho-capital. Right. But I can conceive that you might think that the best way to that how the nap would be probably full out is through like a minimal night watchman stack. Right.
Let him finish. LOL.
Now, I disagree with that, but I think someone can argue for that and still have the nap at heart fundamentally. So I think you can have like Ancaps, minarchists, and like not really much wiggle. So with the more classical liberal people like some of not all of them are that bad, right? Some of them are like Mises, which they're practically minarchists, right? But some classical liberals, they believe just like a overall flat tax, an antitrust law, and some other regulations here and there, like the keeping of the commons and all of that stuff, right? Now I think that is antithetical to libertarian principles. Right, so when they call themselves like inherently, right, and they have no conception of the nap or anything like that, right? So that's why I have an issue with some classical liberal libertarians.
Can I ask a question? I know this is like a bit unrelated, but what do you guys think about AI? Do you think it's gonna take our jobs?
Yes.
I mean, even
do you think it's going to be a bad thing?
Job, like eventually.
Yeah.
No. I think the only problems with AI are mostly the social consequences. I'm not talking about like AI takeover or something like that. I'm talking about like people becoming over reliant, similar to how people are becoming over reliant on the internet right now with like short form content. I don't think that's the end of the world. I think abolishing the state and going back to freedom of association is going to fix that. But with AI, yeah, that's a thing. But whenever people say about taking the jobs, I think assuming, well, the thing is though, AI always requires inputs, so there's always going to be some level.
I'm gonna head off now.
In...
See you guys.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, goodbye.
So AI needs inputs. It can't just, generate algorithms without anything, or, it can't predict anything without, inputs. So for those inputs, you're obviously going to need some jobs. But I do agree that most likely, if AI doesn't have any limitations we don't know of, there probably are some limitations, but maybe not. Who knows? But assuming there aren't any limitations of AI, and it can go crazy. And even if most jobs are eliminated, without patents and without IP, people will be allowed to utilize AI for their own economic benefits. So long as intellectual property exists, AI can be very harmful. So long, if it doesn't exist, it's not really going to be harmful. That's my position, really. But I think there is a possibility there could be some limitations in it. I mean, some studies have come out for like, when it comes to AI, it can often have a bad effect on productivity because people become over reliant on it in their workplace, which means that it generates lower productivity for the firm. But yeah, I don't know. Who knows? I'm not like into computer science.
Never know. Anyways, I'm probably gonna head to bed too. So have a good night, man.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna, go out and make some food.
Have a good night, everyone.
Hi.
I'm